He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
And Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you. It's been another wonderful day, a time of worship, or a time of actual compliance to his instruction. Worship. Well, my name is Apostle V.W. Jones. I bring and give glory to Elohim alone. He is El Elohe, Israel, meaning from the Hebrew, meaning he is the God of Israel as we know him biblically, as the God of Avram, Yitzhak, and Jacob, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. To those of you who think that this is some sort of a cult, because we speak Hebrew, biblical Hebrew, while reading a Bible transferred from Hebrew into English, where we lost translation of the intention of the words. So in case you didn't know, El Elohe Israel means El, the strong one, the God of Israel, of all of Israel, not the nation Israel, you know. Right. This is not anti-Semitism. It's just a fact. He is the God of Israel, the bloodline. Now, that does not mean it extends into all these other groups who have these claims of some entitlements and all of this stuff. We're talking about the God of the biblical Israel, who, however we have now come to be today, exists in a element that Yahweh, who is our Elohim, would for us to know and understand was designed. Israel was known to be understood and to bring the rest of the world back into the knowledge of who Yahweh is and how to be reconciled unto him. We've had prayer already. Unfortunately, YouTube, you guys are just getting tuned in, but we started on Clubhouse just a few minutes early, and we had problems with our YouTube, and I'm hoping those things got remedied. But we do want to get started and going into this program. So Pastor Yolanda has prayed us in. And I want to take opportunity, since you guys are coming through, and I want everybody to just take a moment to sort of kind of collect our hearts around what really happens during a time of Sabbath. One of the things is, as King David talked about in the book of Psalms, chapter and number 51, I want many people to read that daily, and even the more as you grow older. And he makes the statement, that Father, a broken and a contrite heart thou wilt not despise. Create in me a clean spirit, renew a right spirit within me. And I don't think that everybody sees that the way that David really cried it. Yes, he was in what would be a transgression, which wasn't because of his job a transgression, but was because of his humanity a transgression. Now, some of y'all just dropped your mouths wide open. I've had people throw blow dryers at me and shoes at me because of that statement, but it's a fact. What he did as his job was not a transgression, But when Yahweh checked him and said, do you want your job to be your leader, or am I still your shepherd? And if so, do you see what you did because of your job as a failure to your humanity? And David said, if you call me and checking me on it, yes, that's how I see it. So Yahweh, I repent. I was raised in iniquity. I was birthed in sin. I was raised and trained up in iniquity. And therefore, I just want you in my heart and in my life. So please take from me anything not like me, anything not like you, and grace me with the abilities to understand you and be like you. So I repent to you. Wash me, purge me. And then he says, a broken and a contrite heart thou wilt not despise. And I remember another prophet later on by the name of Yoel, who talked from Elohim's perch, indicating that Yahweh said, don't come before me religiously and show me an expression of emotion or an expression of compelling that has you ripping the costume you have on, ripping the uniform apparel you have on, ripping your garment. Don't rend your garment. Like David said, I need you to rend your heart. So today, if you'll give me just a couple of seconds, I'd like to make sure we sort of kind of rend our heart. Yahweh has already been welcomed in. Pastor Yolanda has prayed on that behalf. And so we want to make sure that we are where we need to be in this space. And I want you guys to, in fact, think about these words. Let's take opportunity to pray. Yahweh, as you've already been invoked and welcomed here, we just want to come again before you and say thank you for gracing us and giving us the ability to be in your presence. Thank you for the joy and the peace that is and always has been of you. Thank you for gracing us with an understanding of the days that we should be still, quiet, and restored, refreshed, renewed, reset in you. This is that day, Yahweh, you have made. No, not just Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. No, this day you made specifically, this seventh day, this day of your creation. You created it for man, who was created on day 6, to sit with you in a work-free environment where you could work on him, working on the human, making us more like you, in tuning our ear, honing our tones to all things you. This is the day, Yahweh, you made. We will, to come into it and rejoice. And by being re-strengthened, by way of rejoicing, we will be glad. Many of us today are hurting and mourning and hoping for more of you. Father, we pray for the families of, we pray for the Allen family who just lost their loved one. We pray, Yahweh, for Minister Veronica, whose mother's transitioned as well this day. We pray, Yahweh, for the Stewart family, whose mother transitioned this day. We pray, Yahweh, for Tangelia Harrison and their family, who's transitioned 2 days ago. Yahweh, it is appointed unto man once to die, and after death is, in fact, the judgment. So we know that you are in control of each transition that is taking place, but we pray your comfort on those who are left dealing with the trauma of having that life ripped from them, even though we're prepared to know that you appoint when and you appoint the hour. We just don't know the how. So help us to not be caught up in the how of it, thinking it was the sicknesses or thinking it was just the violence of it. But Yahweh, we ask you, bring comfort and solace to the souls of each family member, friend, daughter, business partner, church associate, fellowship associate, to each of these families. And Yahweh, I could go on and on with more and more, but these are directly connected to this Darash Kingdom's ministry, and all of this has happened within the last 72 hours. So Yahweh, the families are in their mourning process, dealing with the grief. Help us to process through the grief, that the mourning of these lives can bring memories and memorial events of their life as we had time to be with them. Touch Veronica's sons, I pray you, and their children. Tangelia, touch her family, I pray you. Just let them know you're there. I know they know you're there. And touch my families as well. We ask this as we come and sit in your presence, to be re-strengthened, exhausted from the emotions of weak. We need your strength that we might be. This we pray in the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, and to each family that we did not mention out loud, but you know we have on file. We ask you to grace them in this hour. In the name of Yeshua HaMashiach. Amen. All right, everybody. It's a joy to be with you. I'm hoping that everybody is aware that there is nothing that Yahweh is not aware of, and there is nothing that Yahweh has not prepared for. We just have to find out in him what to do. What is that preparation? What's it look like? So today, as we pray, I want y'all to understand that these prayers, when someone prays a prayer for the loved ones and the families, they're not sympathy seekers. They're not seeking sympathy and the Christian pathetic way of demonstrating a false sense of care and concern. I said it out loud. I do funerals all week. And the foolishness that I see associated to sending condolence needs to be addressed. If, as the people we just mentioned, are born again, we're the ones who are hurt that a limb has been ripped from our family tree. But those people who have transitioned, especially the ones I mentioned, they're born again. They're rejoicing because they're with the Father. Our selfishness as humans want them back here. They're gone to be with the Father. They're rejoicing because you and I sing a song. Oh, I want to see him. I want to look upon his face. Listen to the song. There I'll sing forever of how he saved, of his saving grace, how he saved me while I was in the world. On those streets of glory, I'm going to lift my voice. My cares of this world are past. I'll be home at last. Forever, I'll be there to rejoice. But we, in our selfishness, because we've not transitioned, we want them back here because we feel entitled. So I said that knowing the controversy that statement's going to make. But if you know my heart, you understand where I'm at with it. And if you know the writ, you understand what it says about it. But yet we have been cutting our teeth in things like called religion, and religion does things its own way. And then we come up with these ideals and these social ways of doing things, these social considerations of how things should be done. And, oh, you should take chicken over, and, oh, you should call them and pray with them. Sometimes when a person is dealing with grief, the best thing you can do is just be there. And if they should speak, give an answer. Not jump in talking about, you know, God is in control and I know how you feel. No, you don't. Stop lying. Get somewhere and sit down. And if you can't do that, leave. Go home. If they need you, they'll call you. Oh, we got to be there for them because that's what we just supposed to be there for them. You don't know how to be in that environment. You need to be where you're not going to become a frustration to them. So for those of you who have heard us pray, and as you know, we don't do it often, but the names I rendered are directly and inextricably connected to this ministry. They're not seeking your sympathy when we put their name out to pray. But what you can do is pray that the God of comfort, Yahweh Shalom, is with them. Don't call them. Maybe send a text and just drop it off. Nothing deep, 89 scriptures of what you believe is supposed comfort. Just one name is the greatest prayer you can give them. Either El Shaddai or Yahweh Shalom. Enough said. Let them know I extend my condolence. I'm here if you need me. The etiquette in which we operate within church and how we try to transition into kingdom is so egregious to me. And there are times when things just need to be addressed straightforwardly. When someone has lost a loved one or there was a great deal of trauma and tragedy, you can say, if you know it, the name of Elohim on that person's behalf. And that triggers that attribute of Elohim. But many of us don't know that Yahweh Shalom is our comforter. He's our peace that passes all understanding. So understand, don't fill the thread with a whole bunch of stuff. If you do, you're missing the point. Extend your prayers toward, and you can't make God do anything, but just let them know, maybe remind them by a simple word, He is Yahweh Shalom. I'm praying with you. I am in this with you. If you need me, call me. I'm available. All right. So all the families that are in their transition period and their grief and mourning are two different things. Grief is associated to mourning, but mourning is far more extensive, and grief can be elongated when we don't understand the difference between grief and mourning. Grief is the initial pain. It's going to hurt. The mourning is a part of remembering the life of the person, which can become a salve to the pain. They're gone, but their memory is never gone. I remember when they made me laugh. I remember when they punched me in my forehead. I remember when they made me fall down the steps. I remember when they did me wrong and then we made up. I remember, and that's the process of mourning, remembering the person's life, even though you've been hurt by this experience and or this transition. So know the difference between grief and mourning. And I know psychology has their whole process and pastoral counseling tells you what it's about. It's different. And it's simpler and it's easier. It's cleaner. It's less painful. Matter of fact, it's more comforting to understand the difference. So again, to the families we mentioned, we've extended on this ministry's behalf, the entire fellowship's behalf, Yahweh Shalom be with you. Now, this is the day that Yahweh, who is, in fact, our Elohim, He has made. I have every intention to be re-strengthened in this day, that I can be glad that He covers my head. I'm glad about it. I can be re-strengthened of all the exhaustion I've now experienced, been through, and seen, and I look forward to what Yahweh, our Elohim, is going to do and wants to do in us. So today, as we process through everything necessary, what does Elohim have to say about our lives? Well, today, again, you've heard me say it. I'm not being repetitive just because I have nothing to say. I'm being repetitive on purpose. This is that day. Use it wisely before it goes away. In it, you may come in heavy laden, burdened, torn up, wrecked from the floor up. But at the end of the day, If you use the day wisely, the day is a tool. The day is a gift. The day is a element where if you and I barak him, Yahweh will in fact barak us. And if you don't know what barak means, it means you would call it one version of bless. So if you come into the day, you bless God by being here, right? And then God, vice versa, blesses you by being here. But the word bless is not the same definition each time you see the word blessed in your Bible. This particular time, the word blessed means barak. There are other times the word blessed based on the era and the dispensation of time, and the translators and the transliterations can mean something different, though relative, but different. Here it means when we bless, we barak Elohim by being obedient to his command, obedient to his charge to be in this day away from the world, separated from all the drama and the work and the service and drama driven family members. I mean it. You just come and you sit in your home with Elohim. You sit on your property line with Elohim. You think about his word. You read his Torah. You engage, you embrace, and you let it literally begin to soothe your hearts and your souls. It sounds so goofy, but if you've ever experienced it, all you can tell somebody is you can't explain it to them because you'll just think I'm crazy. But if you ever experience it, you'll know we're not. So in the day of Shabbat, use the day. Use it before it's gone away. There's an old song that comes to mind right now. The song says, "What did you do with your life today? Did you use it wisely or throw it away?" I wish I could change these lyrics. It's a precious gift that you did not earn. Listen here. Something that you didn't have to go to school to learn. Do you remember what you did? How you did it? When, where, why you did it? Listen. What did you do with your life today? So today, the day of Shabbat, that's an old song from, I think, the 70s. My God, I'm dating myself here. But it was a song our choirs used to sing all the time. And it was on the campaign of evangelism in our neighborhood, and go down past the drugstore, go down past the crack addict's corner, go down past the liquor store on the block, and wherever in the park, and set up our camps and say, tell people about Bullhorn. What did you do with your life today? I'd like and wish that we could relegate that song to the Shabbat. What did you do with your life this day? Are you using it wisely? Because in the Shabbat, we need to do less work and let Yahweh do more work on us. Because we're so used to solving our own problems, we forget that he is our problem solver, and we get our energy, we get whatever we get from him. We try to go on a roll because the adrenaline is pumping, the momentum is going, and we forget to even ask Elohim in a day he wants to be present, in a day he wants to give you, in a day he wants to barak you. What should I do about this? How do I perceive this? How do I process what's experienced? And remember this, in this day that Yahweh has made, they that come to the Father must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Let me say it again. They that come to the Father, Shabbat, must believe that he is, and that he is a rewarder of them who diligently seek him. I'm going to say it again because I didn't get enough amens. I didn't get enough thumbs ups or anything like that. And I'm not doing it for that. I'm not doing it for amens. I'm playing and having fun with that, but I'm dead serious about the fact that we need to understand what was said. They that come to the Father. We're talking about Sabbath. You come unto him. Well, I can come to the Father any day I want to. You can, but there is a specific thing. When you come to something the Father has established, you must believe that he is. See, many people hope he is. You have to believe that he is, and you must believe that he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. See, because many people come to the Father hoping the Father is in, hoping the Father's on his throne, hoping the Father hears their prayer, hoping the Father can do it for me, hoping the Father hears me. Well, I'm going to go to the man upstairs. I'm going to go and if he do it for me, he do it for me. If he don't, he don't. No, that's not what the writ says. You see how that changes? They that come to the Father. When do you come to the Father? You come to the Father in the Shabbat. You come to the Father when you have need. But if you're in that practice, if you're in that maintenancing of coming and sitting before him, when you come to the Father, you must believe that the Father is, and that he is a rewarder of anyone who diligently seeks him. So where do we get that from? The Bible declares and lets us know in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28. Y'all know that passage. Y'all love Deuteronomy 28, right? Blessed in the city, blessed in the field, blessed when I come, blessed when I go. That sounds like a reward, and it sounds like a benefit. It sounds like a provision. It's not sounding like it is. But there is a first verse in Devarim 28. And it says, if you would hearken diligently unto the instructions and the voice of Yahweh, then all these blessings will fall upon you and overtake you, chase you down. Sounds like be a reward to you. Would that be where we get reward from? So when he says, they that come to the Father, diligently following his commands to keep the Sabbath day and keep it holy, they that come to the Father must believe that Yahweh is, and that Yahweh is a rewarder of them that diligently. Wasn't that in Devarim chapter 28, verse 1? If you will hearken diligently unto the voice of Yahweh and do and keep and observe to do his commandments, that all these will bless you, these will reward you. Those two passages, we can no longer keep mixing them up and thinking that we've arrived when we don't understand that if I come to the Father, see, I'm in Sabbath because I believe he is. I don't want to do this and make it because I said it. I want to see if somebody can actually connect with that. I believe he is. Can I get some of y'all to type that in? Madam, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have y'all do something I won't do. So let me do it. Let me be a good leader of this concept. All right. I believe he is. And I believe he's a rewarder. I've experienced what we're saying. I believe he is, and he is a rewarder of them, for them, towards them that diligently seek him out. If you are in Shabbat, you are seeking out the Father. And guess what? You're not seeking him down at the house of God. You're not seeking him out at the convocation that's not on a his moedim. You're not seeking him out on the streets trying to reach the lost for Christ. That's not what we're doing. When you seek him out in Shabbat, you're coming into Shabbat, and he is coming into your world. You're not going to the house of God. You are the house of God. Now, don't tell me about not assembling. We ain't saying don't assemble. We're not telling y'all don't go to church. But this ain't the day to do that. You are the church, and Elohim comes to you. You come into him. And when you barak him that way, you do this with adoration. He is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. I don't know about y'all. But I seek him diligently today because I need him. We sing all the songs and don't know the proper applications. We just cry to God and hope he'll hear us. Wonderful songs. I need thee, oh, I need thee, hoping that he hears us. But when you are seeking him diligently, you know that he hears you. Does anybody know he is? I really wish I had some more participation. Does anybody know Elohim is? Don't matter what dark corner or shadow you came from. Don't matter what pit of the enemy you got pulled out from. Don't matter what cloaking and drama you putting yourself into. Yahweh our Elohim knows all, sees all, and he is. No matter what the enemy tells you, oh, God don't care about you, or them people don't care about you, or that's a whole, all that's, no, he is, baby. He is. The mothers used to say, Amada used to say, you can't make me doubt him. I know too much about him. Why? Because I diligently seek him in coming into Shabbat. The headache won't go away. I know he's my healer. The body is racking in pain. I know he's my healer. The doctors are talking about terminal diseases and illnesses. I know he is the remover of any and all infirmity, the keeper of my very life and soul. Oh, the finances are in array. Hey, I know he is my provider. I got to diligently seek him. I got to live according to his word. But he is a rewarder of them that diligently seeks him. Yeah, I'm going to be one of them. Anybody got, matter of fact, I need to make that a quote. We're going to make that the diligent. Matter of fact, let's just start a whole series on that. The diligent. The diligent. Can y'all feel that? I want to be a part of the diligent seekers. I'm a diligent seeker. I'm a diligent seeker because when I diligently seek him, every attribute of him falls and manifests in our lives because he is a rewarder. So I don't have to kiss nobody's foot. I don't have to kiss nobody's palm, nobody's hand. He is a rewarder of them that simply diligently go to study his word to learn how to practically carry it out in the earth. And he rewards us for just doing our job. It's a reward, not a payment. Y'all don't get me. Y'all think I'm tripping. Good. This is a reward, not a payment. I'm not getting paid like my boss does and like all these companies do, big box boutiques and now online, all the stuff that we do virtually. I'm not being paid like an employee because I'm not an employee of his kingdom. I'm a citizen. And as the citizenship continues to do what the edict is that makes this nation great, the reward is a life of protection, no blight, provision, proper water, good neighbors. See, he's a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. I wish I had some diligent seekers on the platform today. I wish we could light this thing up. I'm a diligent seeker. Come on.
Yes, sir. Amen. Yes, I am a diligent seeker.
I seek after him. I'm not trying to be a seer in the spirit realm. No, I want to seek him by the word of Elohim, trying the word of Elohim, trying anything that comes my way, I should say, trying any commentary, any doctrine by the spirit of the word to see if it is of he who I seeks or not. And this is where we have to really understand the tool of this day. The Sabbath is designed for you to diligently seek out the Father while sitting with the Father, while the Father is working on you, and still gives you the ability to ask him questions, to contemplate, to, as one would say, ponder. One other word would be to have a Selah moment. And when you find yourself in that, guess what? David says, when you search for him, he will let you find him. Oh, y'all not gonna talk to me. Rabakai. You got to understand, when you search for him, y'all don't hear me, diligently, rightly, he will let you find him. Y'all don't want to talk to me.
Yes, he will.
Because there's one gentleman in the Bible who says, Father, why are you hiding from me? Oh, I'm not hiding from you, son. You're just not seeking for me right. Oh, and he's down for the count. Don't blame Yahweh because you can't find him. Don't blame Yahweh because he ain't provided for you. Don't blame Yahweh because the thing that didn't get moved out your way you thought should get moved. Don't blame him for it not happening. If it's not done right, blame your seeking ability.
That's good, Dad. Okay.
I had to own up. I'm like, God, why are you letting this happen to me? He's like, really? That's what you're doing, Jones? I'm like, I mean, this is crazy. I'm always doing this. Yeah, you doing all that stuff, Jones, and I ain't told you to do none of it.
Ooh.
See, I got he grabs me by the collar and holds me up by my neck and then slams me against the wall. Like, this is really what you want? You really want to talk to me like this about this? Son, go your way. Go read the book. When you finish reading the book, come back and tell me what I said, and then I'll show you how to get what you're looking for. Because you doing too much. You doing way. That's why we got that disease. We do way too much. And we read or listen to way too many other people about what God will do and has done and is going to do. And all you needed to do was read the writ.
That's it.
We out here doing everything somebody said. Oh, you need to run out there and get in them streets and blow that cowbell and blow that horn and cry loud and spare not. That is not even what that meant. Cry loud and spare not was for those who were supposed to know the way, and they chose to still go a different way. Cry loud, bro. You said you knew. What you doing? Spare not. Man, that ain't right. You know you wrong, but you do you. Just so you know, I done told you. I don't know how we got cry loud and spare not men evangelize. My point is, I just got canceled again. Use the day to search for Yah's way. While he is in the way of this world. Because every Shabbat, it's a gift. It's a gift. It's a tool. How do I open up? How do I see and hear and feel and experience Yahweh, our Elohim? How does it happen? What do I do? Yahweh, where are you? I'm searching for you and I can't seem to find you. In the midnight hour, I can't seem to know where you are. And Yahweh, like he told David, are you in my word or are you in your feelings?
Wow.
Because his word doesn't have feeling, though his word can make you feel. I'm going to say it again. Elohim's word doesn't have feelings. He don't operate in or for feelings. But his word can make you feel some kind of way.
Yes, sir.
So when you're searching for him and you can't find him, doesn't it say, and I want to see if y'all picked up on what was just said, doesn't the rich say the word is a lamp? So if you can't find Elohim, because it's dark where you at, then you haven't lit the lamp. Okay, y'all just what we not gonna do. I'm not gonna play with you about it, because when we try to seek him and we say we want him, we're looking for him, we're searching for him. Oh, I can't find him because you're not using the word. I ain't got time to read the word. Okay, stay there then. Figure it out in the dark, because the word of Elohim is the lamp unto my feet and the light. If you in darkness and you can't find Elohim,
you're good with the dark then.
You using a bottle of ketchup to trying to find the Father. You know what y'all do instead of, oh, this is gonna be good right here. Make this a quote. I feel this coming in my innermost sprite. Listen. If his word is a lamp unto our feet and a light unto our pathway, you can't search for God the way you search for the approval of men by either using vinegar or salt or sugar. So if you're using sugar to find God, Elohim, it ain't gonna work, baby. You need the light. The only thing he acknowledges. When he sees the light in you will see him, and you will be drawn right into his presence. But if you're trying to use sugar or honey, he ain't no bee. He made the bees. He ain't no ant. He made the ants. You can't catch. He ain't trying to catch flies. I'm not trying to catch flies. He made the flies. So how do you catch what you're trying to catch? We got these idioms inside of our cultures that say, you catch them with you catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. Those aren't proper seeking tools for Elohim. You want him, you need to be using the word. You want to find him in your dark place, light the candle of whatever little bit of word you got in your heart. This is why David's statement is so important. Thy word I hid in my heart. So when the time of you falling into darkness, which all of us can do frequently, at least once we acknowledge the fact that, I'm in darkness. Okay, God, I need to get out of here. I messed up, or I got let in, or whatever it may be. Have some word in you, because that's the only light that can help you when you are searching for Elohim in the darkness. If you just sit down and quote Psalms 23, quote Psalms 1, quote anything of his word that is connected to his word, then Ruach HaKodesh shows up and he starts reminding you of stuff you forgot about. Starts reminding you of stuff you shoved down in a deep pocket in your storage closet because you was out in the world bringing in all this other furniture. You push your furniture of God back, and it's in the closet, it's under the bed, it's in the storage, it's down at the storage 8 blocks away. The Ruach HaKodesh, when you start talking the word and speaking the word, he brings back to remembrance everything you know about the word. But you got to do that. Many of us are so in how we think it should be done. We miss him and we wonder why he hasn't done. So when you come unto the Father, they that come unto the Father, Yahweh, must believe that he is. I believe Elohim is in this earthen realm during the hours of Sabbath, whether it's the 7th day or whether it's the Moedim. And I'm not talking about Yahweh Shammai, right, which is the God of heaven. He's He's in the Greek would say he's the English would say he's omnipresent, he's omniscient, and he's omnipotent, right? All of that is Yahweh. That is all Yahweh Shammai. He's the God of heaven. He hears all things. He knows all things. He is all power, right? That is Yahweh Shammai. Now, I need y'all to understand this. He is everywhere. He sits on the circle of the earth. But in the Sabbath, he wants to sit in the center of your home. It's a different attribute from Yahweh Shammai to Yahweh Shalom. There's a different attribute from Yahweh Uzai to Yahweh Gomor. These attributes in the Shabbat, in the Sabbath, when we come to him, Father, your word says we should come. I'm relegating my home to you. I'm shutting off the world. No social media, barring anything about you. No radio, barring anything about your word. No television, barring anything about your word. I just want you, your presence, and the aura of you in my space, my garage, my she shed, my man cave, my bedroom, my den, my kitchen, my loft, my porch, my balcony. I just want the aura and presence of you in this 24 hours. I know you're here. I invite you. I invoke you. I use this day as you've designed. This is the day Yahweh has made, like a tool. He made it for humanity.
Like a tool. Mm-hmm.
To till the ground. You don't know how to till the ground, human I made, says Yahweh, except you understand the tools. Sit with me in Shabbat, Yahweh would say typically, and I will show you, human, how to do the job I gave you and the tools you need to get it done. But if you don't sit with me in Shabbat, then you're running off of your own understanding. And by the way, I just made you yesterday. I love when he does that. Okay, let me stop. All right, let me drink my coffee because y'all not going to talk to me. How in the world are you going to tell Yahweh how to till the ground and he just made you for the purpose of tilling the ground yesterday? And you get here today and say, okay, I got the job, I'm gone. And now you're just going to run with it. But he says, come back to me for a meeting every week so I can teach you everything I made you to have dominion over. And then I want you to see everything I've given you. And here are the tools to help you extrapolate and help you to do your job effectively. But you don't show up to the meeting every week. But you're out there experiencing a lot of the stuff that's been made. And you think because you got some knowledge of good and evil, you know, well, this is simple. Anybody ever, I'm a man and we have this problem. Most men do. Now I'm noticing women do too, because things have definitely changed. So when a man, I go out and I used to buy, remember you used to buy back in the day, still do today, television cabinets, to put in your house, your apartment, lived in apartments in a city. And I'd buy this box, bring it home, and open it up, and the dowels and the screws and the wood screws and the metal screws. And I get all the little Allen wrenches that came with it. And I got my own set of tools, right? My own bag, right? And I'm like, yeah, I could put this stuff together. No problem. I do houses, whatever. And I go in there, I get these little sheet rock or this little, press board, and I'll put the shelves together. They've been pre-cut, got holes here and holes there. And it's like zip, zip, zang, zang, bang, bang, boom. I got it, I'm done, right? And then we're putting the TV on it. We done got the radio put on it. We got the CD player. I'm going back that far. CD and VHS. Trust me, okay? And you putting them up there, and all of a sudden the shelf after about 4 days is bowing. And you're like, it's simple. It's just a plank. You put the plank on, it's supposed to hold the weight. It's supposed to be getting, and then I go, like, what's the problem? Why is it bowing like that? Why is it leaning in? I mean, that's right. I got everything set. I'm pretty good with construction. I don't know what's the problem. And then I go and I realize I got like 18 screws still sitting in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's how we are when we don't come to Shabbat with Yahweh about life. Oh, I get it. I saw them people, they was in pain. I might be going through that same thing. Okay, I saw somebody else go through this. I know what I'm doing. I know how to get through it too. I saw what they should have did, saw what they shouldn't have did. And Yahweh's like, well, here's your bag for all that. No, I got it. I'm good. I don't need all that. I'm gonna go through. Let me not touch these tools in the bag. I'll get them when I come back. Yahweh, I'll look at them when I get some time. But right now I gotta keep moving. I gotta keep moving. I can't stay in spot with you. I gotta keep moving because my head is thinking, and I'm an early bird. I'm trying to get the worm. Ain't nowhere in the Bible Yahweh said the early bird get the worm. Nowhere. Torah, the Tanakh, the Brit Hadessa, nowhere does Yahweh ever say the early bird gets the worm. It ain't in there. What he does say is, consider the birds of the fowl of the air. They don't toil, they don't sow, they don't harvest, but I make sure each one of them get fed. Who told you birds only like worms? See how we shopping for sometimes the wrong stuff? Don't even realize what time, what phase, what season we're in. All right, I got to keep moving. So use Sabbath as the tool and the training lab that it is. See, in Exodus chapter 16, Shemot chapter 16, the Bible says, see, the Sabbath was given as a gift. It was given so that you don't have to labor, so that you don't have to work. It was given so work can be done on you. So when you go into days 1 through 6, you know how to get the work done that you were designed to do. And that's just the facts. There's no other way around it. There's no other concept or mindset that changes that. But we, in our own ways, always put ourselves in a bad light. We don't pay attention to what Yahweh really wants done because we know it all. I went back after paying all that money for that TV shelving system, and it looked pretty for like a week. But then when the weight of the items started to settle in, which were the same items that I saw on the brochure, they should fit. They did. But you still got to hold the weight. You still have to have endurance and dexterity. You can't just put it up there and look good. Some of us just look good, but ain't got no dexterity or strength or endurance. We look good. We look the part. But the moment life hits you, the moment the weight of this world hits you, I'm talking to somebody, we buckle. We buckle because we did not get the reinforcements that we needed, which everybody don't see the reinforcements. The reinforcements are meant to be hidden behind the actual presentation, but they support the presentation to look like, in fact, God is able. But we didn't stay around to get the reinforcements. No, we got it. Oh, it looked like the box. Look, I did it. See the box? Now look at the wall. See that? Who the man? Who the man? Yeah. I did it. Here you go. Get them things up there. Go ahead. Put your little end caps up there. Get your little figurines and stuff, and decorate that thing. Let me go about my business and make some more money. Come back home to this house and find something else to buy and put it up there. Yeah. Put that picture up there. The family. Yeah, all that right there. Yeah. Then about a month later, somebody walked by the thing and it shook. Why is it shaking? If it's stable. Y'all not going to talk to me. I'm talking to your soul. Why are you shaking if you stable? Lord. I'm sorry. You know what? I was told I'm too loud, too passionate.
That was real. Right on point.
We look good. We look like God is able. And as soon as the wind blows, As soon as the storms drop, rain and precipitation from the clouds, we don't even know how to collect it and use it to our benefit. We just think it's always to our demise. As soon as something happens in our lives, those of us look like God is able. Oh, we stand up for testimony service. God is good. Huh? You know, the Lord, he brought me out of a mighty long battle and struggle just the other day. And and then when you finish a testimony in church and you say, y'all pray my strength in the Lord. Now, which is it? Either you strong or you not. Either he is or he's not. They that come to the Father must believe that he is.
Amen.
And he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. And we oftentimes look the part because somebody turned us on to information about God that the person may have tried or not, but it sounded so good, it's just got to be right. And I'll just post that. I'll just put that earring on me. I'll put that garment on me. And you walk around looking like you Mike Tyson for God. And as soon as Pee Wee Herman hits you in your knee, you buckle. Oh, y'all not gonna let me talk and keep things straight?
Keep it straight, Apostle. Had to pull down Pee Wee Herman.
Soon as there's death in our families, we buckle. Soon as there's an arrest of our son or our daughter for being a human, we buckle. I ain't raised you that way. That's for you to check how you did raise them. Because clearly, something got missed. But you're going to deflect off to the child and deflect off to society. You responsible. How did you raise them before you defend yourself? Soon as life hits us, we looking like God is able. We dress like it. We got the faux diamonds and the faux fur. Ish Cattell. I got the faux fur for her. Yeah, I look like, hey, I look like God. Hey, you got to fake it till you make it. Baby, look at here, man. Brother, look at here. Y'all better stop. And when people who have been through something, and when you walk by them, they don't even know if someone who really seeks Elohim is in your life. They may look good. They have the glistening. They have all the proper presentation. But here's how you know it's real for them. And here's how you know they're the real deal. Because when life hits them, they don't buckle. They don't shake. They're like, all right, been here before. Yahweh, what I need. And even if they're wrong, they're like, Yahweh, okay, show me first and let me know how I get back to your word. And then this thing gets handled the way your word said it should have been, so I can know that mistake for the next time. All right. They don't buckle. But let life hit someone who has just been a part of the group. It's a nice organization to be a part of. Oh, I like the concept. I can get with it. I did little studies. I took 2 of the courses. I got my little paper and degree. Yes. And so now, glory to God, I'm able to preach and to teach. And you ain't been through nothing. Ain't been punched in the forehead. Ain't been kicked in the gut. Ain't been knocked on your butt. And yet we like, God is able. But you standing high in heels. He's standing high on some Crocs. Probably fake. And then he's got his suit on, silk. Polyester can look like silk. And you got all this stuff going on. And as soon as we done preached our life's sermon and we done sat down and everybody said, woo, that sure was powerful. You did all that in them stilettos. Woo, you did all that in that horn-toed, alligator shoe. Man, girl, woman, woo, good God in Zion. And then 3 weeks later, the very same lesson you taught from the pulpit, screaming what God will do and judging what other people won't trust God to do. Now you sitting there on social media with your hair looking like a cat and scratched every piece of follicle on your forehead, and you like, they like, why is this person like this? Look at them last week, dressed to the nines. This week, they all scattered. What, they completely disheveled. What went wrong? You can't fake this life.
That's a fact.
It's reinforcements. That's what Shabbat is for. Okay, Yahweh, I get what it's supposed to look like, but what happens when the weight gets too heavy? I can't just be out here looking pretty. How am I going to hold up? I learned this from my sister Earlene. My sister Earlene, I think to this day, does the very best. Remember back in the 80s, 90s, when the French roll ladies was the style to wear? They had the French roll. You had the French roll, but then she had the finger waves. Listen, I have searched all over the country. My uncles and aunties and everybody, my dad, all of them, they all got hair care companies. Everybody is a beautician. Some of them bootleg it. Some of them bootleg, some of them illegit, but not those I mentioned, but doing hair is what our family does. My sister Earlene has the most amazing and soft finger waves any woman, and now man, could want to have on their head if that's the design they want. It's soft. It's not plasticky, stuck on the head, and if one wave moved, the whole panel come off. It's each individual one you can rub your finger through. That's how soft her finger waves were. And then she was showing how she was showing me, her brother, while she was doing someone's hair, how she put the French roll in it. And I'm like, oh, so it's not their hair. No, dummy, it's not their hair. But we're going to put something in it that make it look like their hair. Now, it looked pretty when she had it puffed up, right? But she had it just sitting there with some kind of a conditioner on it so that it would take the form. And then she showed me how she went in later, and she then slightly lifted it, and she rolled in the right color, right texture hair until it filled the actual clamp. And when she pulled it back down, this would stand up against a storm. A baby could hit them in their head, and because her hair, the way she does her stuff, was soft, that indentation, the French roll could take it.
Sure could.
Y'all not gonna talk to me. Y'all think I'm tripping? Okay.
No, they coming back. They wearing them again.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yes,
cool.
they are.
But I want to deal with the endurance piece. See, the presentation, though she had the spray on it, she had the hold spray on it, it looked good. She would have walked out of there, whoever that person was, got their baby in their hand, the baby hit him in that roll would have crumpled just the hold spray, right? But she showed me, she says, no, you got to come. And she said, this is why mine is different from everybody else. When I do this, I lift it up and she get that thing in there and get that nice little roll. She didn't just put a piece of, like a styrofoam log inside, because some have done that. She would literally get it and she would not weave it, like stitch it, but she would have the hair that was bought, and she would put that as filler inside, and she'd whirl it around that C, that circle, that tubing area, so that it had dexterity. You couldn't see through it, whether the hair was thin and having hold on it, the right color and the right grade of hair going in that bob, going in that roll, you would think it was just that person's hair. And it was strong and it held up weeks on end. And it was soft, velvety, looked like it's supposed to, not like plastic where the sun and lights is reflecting and blinding you when you come in, because these people had polyester hair. I'm just saying, putting it out there like that. That's what she did. And so that's how I started learning. We got a lot of people out here that look like that haircut, but won't hold up under any pressure, won't hold up under any rain, won't hold up under any incidental strikes at their person or character. Y'all okay with that analogy? And that's what Shabbat is about. Yahweh is saying, let me show you, now that you got the form of being a child of God, now that you say, I'm Israel by faith, now that you say, I keep the feast, now that you say, I keep Shabbat, let me show you what this does for you. Let me show you how this presentation stays up under attack, stays up under heat, stays up under a freeze, stays up under a dearth, stays up under a flood, stays up under a death, stays up under a sickness, stays up under stress, stays up under insecurity. Let me show you how that's done. Somebody just type in Shabbat. That's what Sabbath is about. All right. So here is how we must do it. And you have so many people who and I had to, you got to check yourself a lot of times. You really got to check your own self a lot of times. What in the world are we thinking oftentimes? How do we think that, okay, just because you have a little bit of knowledge about this thing about God, don't mean you got God? It's a good thing to hope you good, but Sabbath puts you in a position to fulfill the passage we started talking about long ago. And I got to get off of this because I got a guest with us today who's going to come and help me study today. But I need to understand this, that listen, I want y'all to repeat this. Don't come off mic on Clubhouse, but I need y'all to commit to something. Don't even type it on YouTube, but I need y'all to commit to something. When I say this, I want y'all to respond. I want us to do a call response. I want us to do a I say, you say. All right. Only going to give you the word, but I want you to say it. And I want you to say it with your eyes closed, because there's a difference when you understand this. But would y'all repeat this with me? Please repeat this after me. I'm going to give you segments of it until you get it. But I'm going to say it, and I want you to say it from your heart as if you're really trying to understand it. Watch how this affects you. I'm going to close my eyes. You do the same. Just listen. Now, if you got your nephew over there while you on a feast or while you're in your Sabbath, pull your purse nearby. Just put it in the drawer. Because watch your little niece too, because she quick with it. Yep, she is. All right, here it is. Y'all ready? Close your eyes. Ready? They that come to the Father, go ahead, repeat that, must believe that he is, and he is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. Now, while your eyes are closed, I'm going to say it again. You don't got to repeat it, but if you do, that's on you. But here as it is. They that come to the Father must believe that he, Elohim, is, and that he, Elohim, is a rewarder of them that diligently seek him. All right. Assignment done. That should hit and resonate completely different in so many of our lives, because we say and quote passages of the Bible and don't really know what it means, and don't know the potential of it spoken in a voice activated kingdom in the presence of Elohim on his appointed times, and what it could do for our lives, how it could bless, in the Hebrew that word would be barak, our lives. Amazing. I hope y'all guys get that and catch that and rock with that. And I hope it doesn't cause, those who may not know what we say to be offended. But we don't know a lot about what we say. And we don't have enough enforcement. We got the image. We got the pretty little picture. We went down to the store and bought it in the shelves with all the other ones that had been mass produced, and we put it up in our house, and we don't have it to the point where it will endure the way the engineer built it to endure. Because we figure, well, I got it. Okay, I still got some. Yeah, there's a couple tools in here. There's a couple screws and a couple dowels in here and a couple end clips in there. But they just send them in extra in case you lose them. They know how people are. They lose stuff. They just put it in there. Everything is fine. Look at it. Put the TV in there. Put the monitor in there. Put the laptop. There you go. Put the vase on there. See, just like the picture. We good. And you walking by it every day. You walk by it, and if you got wood floors, you press your weight on it when you walk by it. You think that thing is toppling. Like, why are they toppling? Why is it leaning? Why is when I walk by it shakes? Why do I hear the crystals shaking? Why do I hear the figurines clanking? That shouldn't be happening. Nothing moved because it's not stable. And the problem is we built it without the engineers sign off. Sabbath helps you and I get the engineer, Yahweh or Elohim, to sign off on our life going through that phase of life. Anybody up for inspection? Because that's what Shabbat does. It gives us inspection. All right. So listen, y'all know how we do on Shabbat and Sabbath. We talk basically and primarily about the Torah. So I had two people come up with some stuff. They were chatting with me about some stuff, and one of them is Minister Wanda. Now, Minister Wanda, y'all just know her to do hair and stuff and whatnot. But sometimes she got a couple nice little revelations. And every Sabbath, whether I'm on or not, she is inundating my emails and my texts with, look what Yahweh just showed. Look at this right here. Look at here. She got that little southern accent like she's from Texas or something. I don't know where she's from. And then she'll put it in a text. I'm like, that's pretty good. You should share that with the people. So today I want her to share with us some of what she learned in her own personal time of Sabbath study before we started either this one or whoever else does one. I don't know where Minister Jackie is, and all of that. So, right, Simone, I'm with you on that. Simone was like, look, the extra pieces is a whole message. Exactly. You know what, Minister Wanda, we need to make that a whole message. Thank you for the inspiration, Simone Ireland. Do you want to teach it? Or matter of fact, Simone, you teach it, and we're gonna get you. You got 30 days to get that together. You need my help preparing it. That's cool too. We want to have you bring it forth because you got the revelation. So yes, I'm coming for you. Elder Page, make sure I contact Simone Ireland about, you can call the message ooh-wee as far as I'm concerned. You can call it ooh-wee as far as I'm concerned. All right. But Minister Ireland, Simone Ireland, or extra pieces. That's either extra pieces or ooh-wee. I don't even care. Either one you want, but you're going to teach that, and we're going to work together. If I can study with you to help you get it together, I'm glad to do that. But anybody want to hear the ooh-wee? Nobody want to hear the ooh-wee? Y'all don't want to hear the ooh-wee message? Okay, Minister Wanda, she put out Yolanda said, yeah, Spencer said, yeah. So Simone Ireland, you got the ooh-wee. Get ready. Get ready to teach it. It's going to happen. Well, listen, I want to add to the stage, Minister Wanda. Hey there, lady. Shabbat shalom to you. Everything going well with you?
Yes, sir. Shabbat shalom. Everything is going well.
You ready for that? You ready to hear that ooh-wee?
Yes, sir. Ooh-wee are extra pieces.
Extra pieces. Okay. All right. I just realized I'm from the hood, so the ooh-wee is a contraband, symbolism of contraband. Oh, see, look, see how the hood people come up real quick. They're like, yeah, that's.
Yeah, I had no idea. Well, go ahead.
Somebody said I was thinking it, Apostle, but I didn't want to say it out loud. You know what you saying? Yeah, no. Now that's probably why Simone didn't come back on and make any response. She's like, I can't teach that. I know what that means. You know? All right. She from the Bay Area, right? Or something like that. Anyway. So I do want to hear from you, Ireland. I mean it. Please let us know you're still with us. I hope we didn't offend you. But she laughing. Okay, she laughing. All right, cool. All right. So, Minister Wanda, you had a very very, I think, worthy conversation piece, and it sort of kind of gives me a break too to hear what everybody else is talking about, where they are. And you, along with a few others, are always, hey, Apostle, we're learning, we're teaching, and look, I was in my time of study, and in my time of study, this hit me, and I'm like, yeah, there it is, right here. Let's keep walking with it. Oh yeah, great. Tell us what you were experiencing in your time of study today, and everybody, where we're going to go. Well, she's going to take us to time and place. She's going to take us to the writ. Remember, this is Torah driven. I trust her. I trust her compliance with Sabbath study. She never deviates from the Torah whenever she sends me a reveal. That's not to compliment her. That is just to state that's the way it's done. That's the way it's done. So she sticks to Torah, and then she brings it out of Torah. Between her and Pastor Spencer, whenever, like, do you know the Lord? You know how Pastor Spencer get. You know what the Lord just showed me? Look at this right here. Y'all be having me in stitches, and I'll be like, okay, we got to get that out there. So today, I put Minister Wanda on the spot. I said, you gonna help me study. You gonna help me do study today with the masses. So I'm gonna introduce Minister Wanda Floyd. Y'all already know her. She's always behind the back. She's a part of the enforcements to this image you guys have. All right. Her, like Elder Apostle Walker, like Elder Adriana Page, and these and some others. So she's trying to follow that thing the right way. So what struck you as some good stuff today? What was your study? Because you was excited in the text I got. I mean, I could hear you laughing and crying at the same time.
I actually was. I was studying Bereshit's Genesis chapter 3. And before I start, when I go into Sabbath, I always ask Yahweh to show me something that I hadn't seen before, and he did just that. He actually did just that. And so I was in chapter 3, and I began to notice a few things. And are you pulling up? Wonderful, Apostle. Okay, and I'll just show you just a little bit of what I was reading.
So you're in Genesis chapter 3, verse number 1, and she was asking Yahweh to show her something in the writ, the Torah, that she had not seen previously, or that is relevant to where she is. So go ahead. Genesis chapter 3 is on the screen. Bereshit chapter 3 is on the screen. Go.
All right, so I'll begin reading. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath Elohim said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. And I stopped right there. Just stop right there. So the first thing I did was I looked up serpent. And in the Hebrew, if you can pull up serpent here in the Hebrew, Apostle.
Let me pull up verse 1, Genesis 3:1. The word serpent is in fact H5175. It is the word nakash, and it comes from H5172. If you look at the screen, which is also nakash, which means to hiss, i.e., to whisper. Someone added a magic spell, generally to prognosticate, certainly a divining element, an enchanting element, meaning a use of enchantment. Also, serpent in 517 means to learn by experience. And indeed, diligently, observe. So now when you go back to the word serpent, back to its original word for this particular passage, 5175, Nahash would say a snake. From its hiss, a serpent.
And that's it, right? Just a snake. From its hiss, a serpent. So then I began to look at the other places where serpent was in the Bible. And I went to Matthew 10, verse 16. And it reads, "Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents."
Hold on. Where you
at? Matthew 10, verse 16.
Oh, Matthew 10, 16. My bad. Let me get you where you're supposed to be at. I'm sorry. Could you go again? So you looked up the different word for serpent. Now this is New Testament, but you looked up the word for serpent in a whole different time zone. But Matthew 10, 16. Go ahead. Read.
Okay. So it says, "Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves." Now, the reason why I looked up both was because I wanted to see the difference, how it's reviewed or saw in the Strong's in the Greek versus how it looks in the Hebrew. And so when you look at it in the Greek, it's G3789, and it means its word pronounced as office, and probably from G3700 through the idea of sharpness of vision, right? But it says a snake, figuratively, as a type of sly, cunning, an artful, malicious person, especially Satan, a serpent. And I was like, okay. We were good when it started off as snake, and I began to understand why Apostle would teach us about or explain why he wasn't extremely fond of the Greek, because when you look at it in Hebrew, and I know as I'm studying, it's showing me the various ways the word serpent is used throughout our Bible, right? But when you look at the original word in Hebrew, the original language, it literally just means snake, one that hisses. That's what it means. But when you look at it in the Greek, it starts off as saying snake, right? Figuratively as a type of sly or cunning, okay? Which still applies because it says in Genesis 3 that the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field. And we'll go to that in a minute. But it's still doing good until it gets to the part where it says, an artful, malicious person, especially Satan, serpent, right? Okay. And even if you look at G3700, what it talks about is through the idea.
Let me pull it up because I want to make sure they get it. If we go to 3700, all right, which is the Greek, all right, we're still in Matthew 10, we're in verse 16, and the word for serpent here is the word 3789, but it's from the word 3700. But before you move on, I want to make this point. Look at the first thing under the parenthesis. It means through the idea of sharpness of vision. Then it goes on to say a snake, figuratively as a type of sly, cunning, and artful, malicious person, especially Satan. And because that overture is there, because that real loud statement, Satan, artful maliciousness, you know, what was the other part of that thing he said? Artful maliciousness, sly, cunning.
Yeah.
The New Testament reader only sees the negative of the serpent, though the text, Matthew 10:16, is indicating that Yahweh is saying, I need y'all to be like the serpent.
Right.
Good. So that means that there's other definitions here that we need to associate to the serpent. It ain't about the devil.
It's not. That first part, through the idea of sharpness of vision.
Right.
So what does he mean by that? Got to go to G3700 to find out.
We're at G3700. Go ahead.
Okay, pull it up a little bit so I can see.
Yep.
Okay, it talks about it being a middle voice, prolonged form of primary middle voice, optimi, I can't see yours, which is used for in certain lenses and both as an alternate of. So it's still not talking about
Mr. Wanda. This let me interject. This, Minister Wanda, is the transliteration.
Mm-hmm.
See, the pronunciation is 3708.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't dealt with the definition yet for 3700. These are the transliterations.
Okay.
Which would incorporate middle voicing, form of primary, but now the definition for 3700 means to gaze with wide open eyes as something remarkable and thus different from 991, which denotes simple voluntary observation, and from 1492, which expresses merely mechanical, passive, or casual vision, while 2300, and still more empathetically, it's intensive, 2334 signifies an earnest but more continued inspection, and 4648, a watching from a distance, appear, look, see, show, self. Go ahead, Ms. Wanda.
So if you notice here, one thing I want us to pay attention to, when we read serpent in the Hebrew, do you notice it only gave us the exact, it went straight to it. It's a snake. It's something that hisses. But you notice when we went to 3700, it gives you even more definitions, but it also more places that you have to go search and look out. But when we look at serpent from the Hebrew, it gives us a snake. From its hiss, a serpent, straight to the point. It gives you no other narratives. It gives you no rabbit trails to run down. It's a snake from its hiss. But the other point that got me when I was looking at the Greek, my Strong's in the Greek will give you an outline of the biblical uses of serpent. And Matthew's is telling you that a serpent is a good thing and you should be wise as a serpent. But
Matthew, make that clear. I know you got your thoughts going because the viewers are going to hear you. Matthew 10:16 is Messiah telling you, you and I need to be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. But if we've only ever, because the New Testament teaching within Christendom always said the serpent is the devil and the serpent is evil and the serpent is malicious and all that, those may be attributes of definitions for serpents over dispensations of time. But when Messiah is saying this isn't him talking out of both sides of his face. But what we've done is relegated the serpent to some bad things. So by the time we go back to read the story of Adam and Eve, we think that this serpent, is this horrible thing. The serpent is just a entity used by evil.
Absolutely.
But what's amazing to me is that rather than stick with the Hebrew version of that, so what if a bull had presented the fruit to them? What if here's what gets me? What if a sheep, a lamb would have came up and said, hey, try this fruit? We're going to forget the fact that a lamb also died to redeem us? Oh, maybe that might make more sense. The lamb did it, so the lamb should be the redemptive factor. But we don't play that. So now the serpent is this horrible entity. That thing did nothing wrong. It just was used by evil, the enemy of faith, to bring Elohim's dominion on the earth that he gives dominion to into a condition where Elohim can't be in complete control of the earth as long as the human has dominion, because now the human is contaminated and it will only reproduce after that contamination, which is why Yahweh said, I can't use Adam's seed to redeem you. I'm going to put seed in a woman that's not corrupted by the tree and the fruit.
We gonna go there, Apostle.
Oh,
we gonna go there.
I'm drinking. I'm drinking coffee.
But that you're right. And even in the Greek, you see how they slid that malicious person in there, in that description. They slid the malicious person, especially Satan, in there. But when you go to 3700, it's telling you something else. It's dealing with look, now you have to say the Greek 3700 or the Hebrew 3700
because you're talking to the right.
Yes,
it ain't you talking now. You talking to the masses, and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, say that 37."
When you look at G 3700,
okay,
it's talking about something totally different, because it's showing you a different definition to where G 3789 originates from.
Let me put it on the screen for you. So G 3789 is the word office, which is the word serpent. Matthew 10:16. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents. So that would mean through the idea of having sharpness of vision. I need you to be able to see before you get where you're going, what's really popping and going on. But instead, by the time we read the definition of office and we have 3789 as our go-to, everybody's eyes always runs to the negative. A snake, figuratively a type of a sly, cunning, artful, malicious person, especially Satan. That's a serpent and a feast. But it told you in the beginning that what Messiah was saying was take these virtues of being sharp in your vision. And yes, an artful, malicious person is that one who's always watching you. That's why I gotta be honest with y'all. When people looking at me, you watching everything I do artfully, I'm looking at you crooked. I'm looking at you. I'm now being wise as a serpent, because I might be dealing with a serpent in the 3789 version of the way that we pronounce it within Christendom today. So a serpent has always been considered bad. Y'all stop calling a serpent bad. There is a nature that goes with that concept, right? So now when she talks about this 3789, I'm gonna put it back on the screen so y'all can see it. When we talk about 3789, the reality of this passage takes us to see that Yahweh has said, or Yeshua has said, this is what you should do. Be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Ophis is 3789. But right before you get to the definition, it says it's probably from the Greek word 3700. So you go to 3700, that Greek word is, of course, in transliteration, before they even give you the pronunciation, coming from 3708. Oh, so the pronunciation is the same as 3708. Now, mind you, we got the 3700 from 3798, 3758. So we'll go find 3708 shortly, but we need to deal with the definition for why it says this word Ophis comes from 3700. Now, Minister Wanda, you got the floor on that.
All right. So as we're looking at G3700, the Strong's definition, it is prolonged from the primary middle voice, optimi or optimai, which is used for it in certain tenses, and both as an alternative of G3708. We'll go look at that in a little bit. But mind you, means to gaze. That is, with wide open eyes, as at something remarkable, and thus differing from G991, which denotes simply voluntary observation. So you're voluntarily observing something. And from G1492, which expresses merely mechanical, passive, or casual vision.
So
go ahead.
While you're reading through the definition, I want to make sure it's clear, because people may not people may not catch what you just what it's saying and how you're communicating it to this point. When you deal with 3700, it is, as stated, gazing, which is different because you're remarkably gazing from 991, which means it's a simple voluntary observation, or 1492, which is just a mechanical, passive, casual vision. This 3700, you are staring at this thing and all of its details, drinking it all in, and that's what you're doing, as opposed to or differing from 991 or 1492, again, which is basically passive, casual vision, while 2300 is still more empathetic in its intensity. It signifies an earnest but more continued inspection. And if you really pay attention to it, when Minister Wanda finishes this, you want to be watching some things intensively from a distance to see how they really appear, what they really look like, and what they will show you, or what you can have shown to yourself. All right. I'm hoping that this is helpful.
That's good, because that's what the wise is. If you're able to look and see from a distance what something really appears to be, what it's showing itself to be, that's being wise. So being able to look at it and see. So possibly if we go back to G3789, which
you want to go 3789?
Yes, if we can go back to there. And I know some people might be like, well, all this ain't necessary. It is.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. It's more important than we think.
Yes.
Because what I can't stand, Minister One, I'm going to break this up for a second. What I can't stand, I'm sorry, I got to do it anyway. I'm going to do it. I don't care what nobody say. Listen, what I'm going to say is this. I get so sick and tired of hearing preachers get up in the pulpit and say, and the Greek word for this is ophis. And you know Satan's the enemy, and so the serpent, you got to be careful with these artfully malicious folk. And you left it there as if the message of Messiah's statement was that the serpent is the devil. That's not it. The serpent is not the devil. The devil is not who approached Adam and Eve in the garden. But when you read only from the New Testament, which is going to be transliteration and translations from the Greek, based on Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin, all of that goes with that, you're now bringing this here and dropping it off at the doorstep and saying, this word serpent means devil, this word serpent means evil, this word serpent means bad. When in fact, the virtues of a serpent, Messiah says you need to have.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You need to be able to look, see what it's really showing itself to be.
Mm-hmm.
And a serpent can do that. A serpent has the ability, the sight. And in actuality, that Greek lexicon says that the serpent was probably named for its sight. That's probably why it was named. From its sight, its ability to see. And when we first look at this word, it says probably from 3700, G 3700, through the idea of sharpness of vision. So if I can see something in a distance, if I can see what someone is really portraying themselves to be, or if I can see what this really is about, then I can use wisdom. Like a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. Regina, what you got?
What this shook up in me is how we so didn't appreciate the different attributes of this scripture in Matthew 10, verse 16. I'm always telling my oldest daughter to be the scripture, right? Be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. But thank you, Minister Wanda, for helping me understand to do the deeper work of looking it up, because the attributes, the next time I talk to her, I can actually break down more of the attributes of what this means in the space of what Yeshua was saying, and how that applies in her life as a mother, as a, different things that I didn't see before. So I'm just saying thank you. That the definition that you're breaking down right now is everything. And I will be doing some more follow-up from what I'm gleaning today. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that what people I know what people fail to realize is that in all you're getting, you are to get understanding. And just because somebody stands up in front of you and preaches and says, this is the definition, remember, that's the definition from a particular dispensation. It may not be that dispensation's definition that's being expressed while you're reading it today. So you have to go back to when he said it and what's that dispensation. So inside of the definitions are a myriad of other ones. I mean, if you can't see the seesaw here, 1 minute's a good thing, the next minute's a bad thing. You don't go on from a wise Apostle Walker. I put her statement up. It's similar to being able to discern, and you can't discern what you can't see, sense, smell, or whatever. Right? That whatever is your visual helps you to capture the real thing. If you're not able to see that, if you're not able to discern that, that is problematic. And so in the definitions alone, just in the Greek, to stop at ophis and call that serpent and then bypass the very first parenthesis that says it simply means to utilize, I think it says, clarity of vision, right? What's the definition? Something about clarity of vision.
Yeah.
And then the preacher skips right down to see them snakes in the grass, and the church is like, oh, you a snake in the grass, and that's how Satan do, and all these serpents and all these snakes. Please put some respect on that serpent. Yahweh made that beast of the field. What if he'd used a kangaroo? What if he'd used the wildebeest? What if he'd used the duck-billed platypus? What if he'd used the lion? Would the serpent be bad?
No.
Would we be really dealing with snake the way we deal with snake today? And this is, Regina, to her point, where you got to understand, we just take things and run with it. And that wasn't Yahweh's intention. The element of us understanding he made all things good. Evil used one good thing he made to make the human he gave dominion over at odd with the Father. And Adam fell for it.
Fell for it.
So when we talk about being harmless as a dove, doves ain't the prettiest little things. Doves got issues. Shoot, even Prince said when doves cry. Listen, y'all gonna understand today. You will learn. I'm trying to tell you something. this what it sound like. You heard me? My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead and teach. Real quick. Hold on, Wanda. Sam Tanner, what you got? I can't hear you, lover. You're muffled.
Can you hear me now?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so mine was similar to, and I'm glad, thank you, Minister Wanda, because I have been studying this myself about a week or two, and what got me was, and their eyes were both open. Now, I know that this is related to the eating of the fruit in itself, but I also can see the relevance towards the deeper dive to the serpent part, because it speaks to the breakdown in Matthew and in the concordance part. It breaks down why they seen what wasn't there that God never said in verse 6. So I'm grateful for the additional, because again, it's relevant to what I was studying along, and to see what I kept thinking, well, why their eyes was open. And again, I studied it, did the deep dive as well, but this also kind of adds to it to me.
Okay, because the big part of that picture, and Minister Wanda, we're talking, we're chatting, we're studying together on this, but the issue becomes when Minister Wanda sent this, she was like, Apostle, I didn't see this, because she is also saying it affected how the way that serpent has been preached to me has always affected how I see serpent to this day. Every slick willy, that's a snake in the grass. In your neighborhood, are they a snake? Watch that snake. Over, snakes actually help us in our society a whole lot more than y'all think. Because if you didn't have snakes, y'all be overrunning with rats.
Yep.
And that's far worse. What? Exactly. So the point is, she was like, I now see a different looking at the serpent. Now, again, I am not trying to say that the Satan doesn't have that imagery of, the serpent, and the Yahweh doesn't call him the serpent, all that. But the serpent was an actual beast of honor, a beast that was made good. Evil used it.
Absolutely. For
contrary activity. This next piece that Minister Wanda is going to touch in on is something that, I'm glad she brought up, because when I teach it, everybody looks at me goofy. She's like, Apostle, now I understand why you tell us to simply get the definitions of the words. Stop. Y'all, can I say this, Mr. Wanda? Can I say this real quick? I'm going to put you on for 1 second. Let me say this to y'all. Okay, Simone says, that's cool. You know what, Simone? You was doing good. When you go back to fixing your sermon, she says, look what she said. She said, that's cool, but I still don't like them. Now listen, there's a reason you don't like them. Because of the Torah.
Mm-hmm.
He says, you're going to be, because you did this, serpent, you're going to be eschewed by the human. It doesn't mean the serpent is bad. It means that the women ain't rocking with you. Men neither are rocking with you. Snakes are not trying to eat humans. We're not on their list of hunt. We still have dominion over them. And the reason that women and men don't like serpents is because Yahweh put it in place that way. But it's the fact that we took the narrative about the serpent and just slammed it into Satan and slammed that it was always bad from the beginning. Anybody like that, they're a snake in the grass. Well, the serpent wishes to God it never had evil use it to throw Adam off the track of God. And if it could fix it, it would. The serpent don't want to be slithering around in the grass. Thing was walking erect. It had legs, whether 2 or 4, but it was not slithering around in grass. It don't want to be there. It's cursed to that. So the serpent isn't, the serpent didn't come to them through the leaves and the trees and with an apple on his head like the storybook said in the Pictionary Bible. That's not what happened. And we've been propagating that storyline for far too long. But the thing is, looking at the serpent in the definition means that in all of our getting, why would Messiah say that? Be wise as a serpent. Be harmless as a dove. And even though a dove may be harmless, a dove will crap on you. Don't play with it. You heard me? The dove will drop it on you. You heard me? Don't play with him. Y'all don't. Oh, y'all. That wasn't. Go ahead, Minister Juan. Ain't nobody laughing.
But you're correct. That's why I had to go and look for serpent in the New Testament, because I wanted to see what the define was in the Greek. And it was amazing to me that what it first read when it says that that it's probably from G 3700 through the idea of sharpness of vision.
Right.
And then it says a snake. And then they add malicious and artful, malicious person, especially Satan, right? And what I love about one of the commentaries, the Strong's concordance that I have, it will give you the outline of how it's used biblically.
Correct.
And so for this word, G 3789, serpent, the first way it's used is, like we said, snake, serpent. But here's the one that got me. Number 2, how it's used is with the ancients. The serpent was an emblem of cunning and wisdom.
Now, where are you at presently?
This is it's actually in a online. It's the online concordance that gives you a little more. That gives you the outline of the biblical usage of how it's used in the Bible.
You're talking about 3700 or 3789?
3789.
Okay, so let me make sure we're clear on this. All right, even with the outline that I'm utilizing right now for the Strong's definition, that would be what we would call the exhaustive version. And so that online version carries you further into, my computer's acting slow. Okay, that version carries you deeper into other definitions of that word. Like what I just gave you can take us through and get us to the point, but there are more things in that concordance. Like my concordance I used to have was like this thick.
Yes.
Literally. All right.
Yeah.
And so to have the app on phone and the app on computers or MacBooks or whatever, it's an abridged version or an abbreviated version. But what she's now on is a different app, which is Strong's. It is in fact the same definition, 3700, but where ours stops giving you enough information to move forward, theirs continues out, as with other words, to the full exhaustive space of that definition, those definitions for that word. So based on what this says to us, and just to take us back to where you are, because I know people think you just messed up that whole thing, Apostle, is that he says in 3700 He says in 3700, it is through ideal of sharp vision. It is a snake, figuratively, as a type of sly, cunning, artful, malicious person, especially a serpent, especially Satan, right? And then it goes on to say colon. Now, y'all got to remember, when you see a semicolon or you see a colon in a definition, it means a different subject matter, though relevant or relative. It's still a different subject matter. So now hers picks up from where this one drops off. Go ahead, Minister Wanda.
And it says, it gives you the biblical outline, meaning how it's you. This word is used in the Bible, right? And so the first outline is that is used. It's a snake. It's a serpent. The second outline states that with the ancients, the serpent was an emblem of cunning, which we just saw in the definition, and wisdom, which is what we saw that Messiah was telling us. Here's the thing that caught my attention. The serpent who deceived Eve was regarded by the Jews as the devil. And I said, this is how we have taken this and made the serpent evil, period, when the serpent was just used by evil. And that's how we get the narrative that a snake is evil. It's the devil.
Right.
Because man made it that way.
Right.
And he didn't stick to the original definition in Hebrew of what a serpent is.
Mm-hmm. So even with what we talked about, like, you know, Simone and her being funny, but serious about, you know, that's cool. I get it, but I still don't like them. Go to Genesis chapter 3, where this whole thing started from.
Yeah.
And we'll look at that from there. So this way you all understand that Yahweh did not leave us to sit here and have a debate about serpents and their characteristics or their nature. But when Messiah has to use one to get a point across to us on how to be discerning about things, how to pay attention to what's going on in our lives, you know, we got to sort of kind of listen to it. So watch this closely in Genesis chapter number 3. And I'm putting this, the Bible should be on screen for y'all to catch this. Genesis chapter number 3. Look at what it says here. Verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which Yahweh. Now the word subtle. All right. The word serpent, as you know, is in fact the word in the Hebrew, the word nakash, meaning a snake. You can tell it from its hiss. Semicolon, a serpent, right? That serpent is more subtle than any beast of the field, right? So the word subtle takes you to the word 6175, arum. And the arum is cunning. Usually, but not always in a bad sense. That's what cunning is. But crafty, prudent, and subtle, those are typically utilized in wisdom. Now, being cunning, yeah, that's usually in a bad sense. But crafty, that's a good thing. Prudent, that's a good thing. Subtle, that's a good thing. And then it also comes from the word 6191 in the Hebrew, H6191, which is the word aram. Properly to be or make bare, be used only in a derivative sense through the ideal of perhaps being smooth, to be cunning, again, in a bad sense. Very much be aware, right? Take crafty counsel, be prudent, deal subtly. So when we go back to that word serpent and subtle in verse 1 of the book of Bereshit, the serpent was more subtle, verse 1, than any beast of the field which Yahweh had made. He said unto the woman, hath Elohim said? He says unto the woman, yea, hath Elohim said, you shall not eat every tree of the garden. The woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but the fruit of the tree in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, we shall not eat of it, neither shall we touch it, or lest we should die. Verse 4, the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die, for Elohim does know that in the day that you eat thereof, your eyes shall be open, and you shall be good as God, you shall be as gods, knowing good from evil. Verse 6, when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant for the eyes, the tree to be desired, to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them were both opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and they made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh our Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh. They did this amongst the trees of the garden. Verse 9, and Yahweh our Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, where art thou? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden. I was afraid because I was naked and I hid myself. He said, who told you you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat? Verse 12, and the man said, the woman who gave me to be with, you gave me to be with, well, she gave me of the tree, and so I ate it. In verse 13, Elohim then said to the woman, what is this that you have done? The woman said, the serpent beguiled me, I did eat. And Yahweh our Elohim then looked at the serpent, and because that thou hast done this thing, serpent, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field, and upon thy belly shalt thou go, and thus shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. Now look at the serpent. That serpent wishes to God today. He did not let himself be used by the evil, because that apparently you can't curse something to crawl if it's already crawling. So he says in verse 14, Elohim said, because the serpent, you have done this thing, you are cursed above all cattle. So it apparently was a cattle. And it also apparently was a beast. Upon your belly is now how you're going to move about. That's the curse. So it wasn't slivering from the beginning. That's how you're going to go. You're going to start eating dust all the days. That's what you're going to eat all the days of your life. Verse 15, here's why the serpent and the woman and the man don't get along. Yahweh said, verse 15, I'm going to put enmity. The word enmity is the Hebrew word. Look to the right of your screen. It's the Hebrew word H342. It is the word abay, abal. It means I'm going to put hostility between you and the womb man, and between your seed and her seed. There's going to be hostility. There's going to be enmity. There's going to be hatred. From 3040, it means 340. H340 is the word ayab. It means to hate as one of an opposite tribe or opposite party. Hence, to be hostile, to be an enemy. That's why women innately do not, and the seed of woman, the offspring of woman, hate the serpent. But it does not negate the fact that the serpent isn't evil. Evil used the serpent. Now, before do y'all get that? It does not negate that as of this day, you're crawling on the ground. I've cursed you to eat dust all the days of your life. And a part of the curse is the woman and her offspring will have hostilities with you as an entity from this day forward. And by the way, evil, the good I'm putting in the seed of the woman, you're going to be always having your head crushed by its heel. And we automatically thought this was the devil. That is not the devil. It's not the devil. The serpent was used by evil. The devil acts like the serpent. You know why the devil acts like the serpent? You know why the serpent and the devil have a relevant elevation? Because remember when Lucifer was in heaven, watch what he did. he would watch how Elohim swole up when the praise of the angels came in. Y'all don't want to talk to me, y'all. Yeah, it's okay.
Come on.
He was watching in heaven, though he is over the chorus. He's over the praise. He's over the governance of the praise and worship service to when Yahweh would rise up and come to his throne. Elohim would be in his space. He would be over the orchestra, sing sopranos, bass, give me the horns, trumpets. He was the Kirk Franklin of heaven.
Diligently observing.
He diligently watched how Elohim swole up and what it did to him and how he felt about it.
Yes.
So he was acting serpentry then. He was very subtle. He was very attentive. Yeah, okay, I got to move on.
No, that's good. So what other beasts of the field would he use other than a serpent? Come on.
So you got to understand that all of this stuff is what he's been dealing with and contending with from the beginning. And what we've done, where we have to be able to understand, is that pay attention to what we were told to do. We do way too much, trying to be deep, trying to be here, trying to be there, trying to talk about stuff we don't even halfway understand. We don't even realize that the fact that Yahweh said through Messiah, hey, listen, I need y'all to be wise as the serpent I made, because I made the serpent good. Now, Simone, and whoever else was that, who was that? Regina? Somebody else said that. I'm not messing with that serpent. One of y'all is in the text. I'll see it soon enough. You're not supposed to like it because Yahweh said so, but it doesn't make the serpent evil. Oops. Oops. The serpent was made good. Go back to day 6. Elohim made the beasts of the field and all that. The serpent is either cattle or beast. It sits upright and erect until chapter 3, verse 15. And the curse of that, it now crawls on its belly, will suck up dust the rest of its life. It was made good because in Genesis chapter 1, day 6, he made everything from the Adoma and he said it was good. Then he made man. He said it was very good. Then man messed around, fell victim to the aura and the influence of evil through a serpent who doesn't have a soul and is easily occupied. Now they're having a conversation. I'll let Minister Wanda talk to you about that part. But the serpent is not evil. But the attributes of the serpent, even Lucifer utilized while he was in heaven. He's over there supposed to be directing the choir and he's watching Yahweh on the cut. I've seen it because as a pastor, I'm looking at people who would be the director of praise and worship or be the director of MCing or be the director of the choir. And they're sitting there, they looking to see if the man of God or the woman of God is impressed by it. They looking diligently. That's y'all laughing because y'all know that stuff true. They looking to see if, it's like, it's not like anybody being crafty or not crafty, being cunning. Because cunning is more the not good thing. Crafty is good. It's like creativity. Because cunning is different than crafty.
Crafty can be both, though, couldn't
it? It can be, but it's primarily for good. Because being crafty, you do arts and craft. If arts and craft was bad, you wouldn't have it in your school. You ain't got nothing cunning. They ain't got a class on cunning. Yeah, it is. It's called insurance and banking. Y'all get what we're saying? And so it might seem like we're being petty about this, but it's really not a matter of being petty. It's a matter of understanding that we can have our viewpoint of the Bible and the instructions of the Bible completely skewed by inappropriate definitions. Mm-hmm. Without proper application. So that's the key thing.
Absolutely.
Apostle Walker says something I think is very important. He says, crafty is like vocation, VOTEC school. I like that. I like that, Apostle Walker. Crafty is like going to school and having VOTEC, vocational technology for your future. Cunning is you trying to figure out how to skip class.
Oh,
No, y'all didn't get
yeah.
and smoke weed on the Seahawk bathroom. Like I was cunning back in my day. Well stated, Apostle Walker. Y'all go to that if y'all can y'all like stuff on YouTube like you used to like it on Facebook? Can y'all like Apostle Walker's 2 statements? One of them was crafty is like VOTEC, and then the latter one she has at 5:23 p.m. EST says cunning is being underhanded. I like that.
That's good.
It is. That is. I think as a residual and a fruit from this little study, we should have those 2 things on the same T-shirt. Put them in a meme. Put them out there. All right. So, are you guys learning anything today? Is this helpful to anybody? Y'all talking? No, nobody's talking to us on Facebook and on Clubhouse. Good. Make sure everybody gets a microphone. Whoever's out there. So now. Good. I like that, Larry Holmes. I see you, Larry. I like that. Okay. Oh, boy. Computers are acting slow, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just say that on this stuff.
You're in the matrix. Minister Wanda, you're in the matrix.
Is that better?
Go ahead.
I was saying that when I was doing this study, it definitely helped me to understand the serpent a lot differently. Already knew that, it was a tool that evil used, but it really helps you to understand how, we have put this narrative on the serpent because of what happened. And we are quick to say that old serpent, the devil.
That old serpent, the devil.
But like you said, what if he chose to use a turtle dove?
That old slewfoot.
Yeah.
I'm sure the sloth is mad now. The sloth is slow. He's slewfoot, that part. What if he'd have used the dove? Now, see, I've been in Atlantic City. I've been on shores too long in Florida, and seagulls and pigeons, which is a version of a dove. Them doves is nasty. They might not hurt you. They won't poke you with their beak unless you mess with their babies. But if they see you pass by and you don't drop them a fry or whatever, they gonna let you know what they ate last time. They gonna let you know. Look, y'all from New York, y'all know. Stop it. Philly, y'all know. Stop it. Bay Area, y'all know. Stop it. Y'all gonna stop fronting with me. Texas,
we got pigeons. We ain't got no doves, but
yeah,
pigeons are a mess.
I got seagulls. I got pigeons. I got doves. We got birds. You heard me.
And it definitely isn't harmless. I'm just gonna say that. I will put that out there. What they do to you, it's not harmless.
No, it ain't harmless. It's like I just washed my car and 8 of y'all stopped by. Really? That's what we doing? I just washed my car and 8 of y'all dropped by. If it only happened once, I'd be cool. I'm like, that's just a thing in life. But every time I wash my car, now see, it happens less for me in Florida. But when I was in Jersey, and you get a day that you can wash your car after the snow and everything was gone, and you looking good, you gleaming and gleaming. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Windshield smashed, and then you make the mistake and hit the wiper and it's smeared all over. Now you got to go back. I was wondering if the car wash dealerships wasn't trying to make these things, agents and salesmen for them or something. I don't know. But anyway, just having fun, yo.
That's why the man be at the stop sign of the light with the little water hose.
With the little water, yeah, little Windex. Yeah, that part. So back to now, the fact that, again, y'all, the serpent was made good.
Mhm.
He got used. How many? Minister Monica, can we really touch this to the core?
Yeah.
This is why we do Sabbath. This is why we do Sabbath for support. This is that whole thing about, we don't just want to see the image of us. We want to talk about the real thing that gives us the endurance. How many of y'all know that y'all good at heart? Talk to me. I want to see hands raised. I want to hear somebody come off Facebook, Clubhouse, rather. Open the microphone. Say, I'm good. Say, I know I'm good at heart. Anybody good at heart?
I'm good at heart.
Any of y'all think y'all was made for evil?
No.
No, sir.
Anybody of you done? Has any of you done evil?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
Now y'all need to have some compassion for the serpent.
Whole thing.
I guess.
She said, I guess.
See, that's why I can't do church people. If you know you were made good, all of us were made on day 6, and Yahweh said what he made in that day was good. It was very good, right? He meant that. It's very good. But the serpent got caught out there with evil, influenced, occupied the serpent, and used the serpent for the dialogue that brought man to disobey.
Mm-hmm.
When the serpent realized that he had been used, he was like, man, shoot. I am not giving this thing because you think that the serpent's the devil, and the serpent's not the devil. Nobody? I'm gonna say it again. The serpent is not the devil. So when you see that python in your backyard, you see that rattlesnake in your backyard. I got all of them where I live at. When you got these exotics that they've been brought over from South America and all the way from some place in Africa and dropped them off on your back door because they don't know how to keep them as a pet. They got too big. They ate the cat. They ate the dog. Now they threw it at the door, left it in the little evergreens, and you got to deal with the fact that it's spawning out there. I got these issues for real. The serpent ain't bad. It's just doing what it's designed to do. The serpent is not the devil.
Ooh, even in your dreams. That's good.
It's not. And that's another thing. When y'all see snakes in y'all dreams, it don't mean evil. Oh, I was dreaming about a snake and it bit me. I was dreaming about a snake. Snakes don't mean bad. The snake got a bad rap.
He did. He did.
So and stop thinking, oh, I'm dreaming about, ravens in my dream. But them some jokers right there. They'll peck you. Oh, I got birds in my dream. Which one? Because I can tell you what an eagle will do to you. You play with him too long. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. We just do goofy stuff in Christendom. Getting revelations and all that kind of thing like that. So what'd you say, Minister?
I said we don't really think about it. We don't compare it. We just take something and run with it, because of what happened in Genesis 3. The Messiah told us how to view the serpent, but we even have an example in Torah. What did Yahweh tell Moshe to make an iron image of and put it up on the pole and hold it up? And what would happen? They would be healed. And so now what do our doctors have as a logo?
What is the reference for the pharmaceutical, right?
Yeah.
In the medical industry, you have the serpent wrapped around a staff.
Absolutely.
Why is that significant? So then we should take that down too.
Absolutely. If it's bad, if it's evil.
Bad, if it's evil. And so at the end of the day, we really gotta, you can't tell people what to think, but we can show you what he wrote. And the way we're translating it isn't what he intended. Because he said, he uses brazen serpents. Hey, watch this. If it was so bad, the brazen serpents start biting. Automatically, that's the devil killing God's children in the wilderness. God hired the devil. He hired the devil, the snakes, to kill him, and they bite them and they shall die. Y'all, it's in the book. It's right there in the Torah. And then Yahweh says, whoever is looking for healing, and if they will look to the very thing biting them.
Come on, keep your eyes on it. Come on.
Follow my instructions. Whoever looks up to the serpent you're going to build, put on that staff, they're going to live and not die, though the image of the thing and the real thing is biting them to their death. I designed that.
Come on. Again, the sight.
It's about the sight.
And diligently.
And the comprehension. So if you're down on the ground, bitten, walling in pain, forget your pain for a moment if you want to live. That's another thing. That's a whole nother story. Oh my God, that's a message. Forget your pain if you want to live and follow the instructions. Keenly watch where Moshe is going with this serpent. And as they lifted it up off the ground, as I be lifted up, I will draw all men unto me. Keenly watch what's being lifted. Lay your eyes on this serpent, you won't die from the one that bit you.
And it bit you because you were disobedient.
It bit you because you was disobedient.
Come on. Come on. So is it evil? No.
No.
Your disobedience caused the serpent to bite you. But you want to be healed, look up to it.
Woo, watch this. Oh, I felt that come through. Listen here. The very thing that's killing you, when you look at it for what you have participated with about it, it'll heal you.
Come on.
You're being bitten, that part. You're being bitten because you didn't obey the word. Now, the thing that has been your result of disobedience, if you will look at it obediently, it'll bring you healing. So it goes full circle back to it. The thing that's biting you and killing you is because you disobeyed me. Now, the thing that will heal you from the bite is you obeying me.
Come on.
Using the thing that's biting you. Because typically you look at it like, ooh, don't like the snaky snake. Get him away from me. Moshe, no, I don't want it, Moshe. Get him away from me, Moshe. I don't want to look at it. It bit me. My mom died. My cousin died. I don't want to see that thing no more. Yahweh says, look at it keenly. It's not going to be in what you see. It's going to be in your obedience to me. And see that. Look here.
That's so good. That's so good.
So who is that? Oh, Earth Girl. That's good. I was about to say something. Earth Girl said, anti-venom will save you as well. Watch this. The fact that you are dying is because anti-obedience, anti-Torah. So now you have what's hurting you, the anti. Now when we bring you with the actual instructions, you obey it, you good.
That's good. That's good. Read what is written.
With your eyes.
Come on.
See, some of y'all is reading with your ears, which is coming from somebody else's mouth. Which they heard from somebody else's mouth.
Okay.
And you never read it yourself.
Come on.
Read the writ. Not to talk it, but to reinforce. I was playing around with the word read the other day, a while back, some time ago. Not the other day. And as I was sitting here talking about enforce, reset. Yahweh gave me this word. And it was re-add to your life. Read. By reading, you're adding to your life. Watching shows created by Tinseltown and things like that, they're telling you what they read. When you read it for yourself, you're adding to your life. Add. Okay, y'all don't want to talk to me. It's okay.
That's good. That's good. And to add to that, that's what we did when we looked at Satan. We went and looked at what it said in the Greek, skipping over the first part and went straight to the evil part.
Yeah, because of the punishment that was ensued. You know, like who's that? Carmen Hicks, Simone, half of y'all. Like, I don't like no snake. I don't want no snake. Because
I don't like him anyway.
I don't want it. I don't want no. Look, I ain't gonna mess with you. I've had to kill 2 rattler snakes since I've been in Florida, and I don't want to fight them no more, right? But at the end of the day, and moccasins in Jersey, snakes are snakes. No different than a raccoon. Who, if rabbit is a problem, or a bobcat, or a black panther, or a grizzly, or a brown bear, or a coyote. All of these elements, all of these things, they are a part of the ecosystem, and they all have a part to play. But at the processing of our mind, when it comes to a serpent, we automatically hate it and don't know why we hate it, and then don't understand the value of it when Yahweh says the thing we will have hatred for can also be your cure.
Absolutely.
See, some of y'all need to be like the serpent, keen in your sight. Maybe be quiet more often and let your eyes take in. Read the room. Woo, that hit right there. I got that under my go. Wait a minute, hold up. That right there, that's a reinforcement. You got to read the room, and it takes your eyes to take it all in. Interesting, because reading is also associated to recon. When they send you out on a recon, you are going to be quiet while you're out there in the field watching what's being done. All right. Minister Wanda, you were talking about your stuff. We were talking about what you studied, what Yahweh blessed you with. I should get Pastor, get ready to get Prophetess Leslie up here in a minute. Are y'all enjoying? Are y'all learning anything today in your Shabbat? Anybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Minister Wanda took us over to we went there because who was it? Somebody said, I don't like the snake either. The reason you don't like the snake is because it is actually Yahweh's word in Genesis 3:15. Isn't it funny? The very thing that we are to in Genesis 3:15 is both the promise of redemption,
Absolutely,
and a practical application. You're not going to like the serpent. I'm going to put hatred between y'all. And by the way, the seed that I'm putting in her is the reason this has got to happen that way. But that seed will also redeem you. Listen.
that's good.
It is, Minister Wanda, and it's not because me and you sitting on platform and talking and we're not trying to make this up. It sits right here. We walked by it, grabbed the wrong stuff off the shelf, and then propagated that. And now it's going to be hard to walk back what you've sold so much of, because everybody that bought that may not be able to get, what do we call it when the car gets called in? A recall, right? The recall is available to everybody, but everybody's not going to take it. So now we're responsible for what we sold people in error. And that's why whenever we speak, whoever sits with me on platforms, I sit with them on platforms. We're going to make sure, no, what the words say. Don't tell me what you think. Well, I think, Apostle, be quiet. Think over there.
That's right. because that's what we've been made to think about the serpent. I just read it where it's right there in the concordance. When they look at outline, we got that narrative from the way Judaism was looking at the serpent. It was the devil that deceived Eve.
What you just said, for those that did not catch it, and I want to make sure they catch it, we have the narrative that the snake is bad because of Judaism. No disrespect to Judaism.
No.
But when they said the snake is Satan, should have never said that. You get it? Even though Satan operates like a snake, the snake is not Satan. And Satan is not the snake. Satan is an angel fallen, evil, impressed, operating in the realm of evil. Satan is not the epitome of evil. Because people think this war is between God and Satan. It ain't. This is about good and evil. And evil is its own dimension. How could Satan come up with an entire empire called evil if he was an angel for so long? You know, because we don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against what, y'all? Principalities, rulers, spiritual wickedness in high places. That's all plural. How would Satan have chance to have created all of that? That existed, and Satan went into that. He left good, went to the boat of evil, and is now an operative of evil, which is contrary, and evil is the enemy of your faith. Evil is opposite good. Obedience is opposite of non-compliance. That's the difference. And Satan happens to be spokesman, poster boy for that. And the serpent got sucked into it because the serpent was made good, like the human was made good. But evil got to it. Watch, the angels was made good, but evil got to Satan. Oh. So Satan is not the author and finisher of evil. And this is where the ignorance within some of our circles blows my mind. And now we start spewing these narratives that are unrealistic, and people trying to not be, the devil made me do it. The devil ain't made you do nothing. Evil may have, but it wasn't the devil. And that's why you can't get delivered, because you keep pinning it on the wrong entity. Identify evil in your life and say, Yahweh, take the evil out of me. And the devil goes out the back door. He only comes around like a salesman. Do you want evil back in your life? Do you miss it? And we are never getting free from a lot of these things because we're blaming the wrong entity. We're blaming the devil for what we do. You ain't Flip Wilson. The devil ain't make you do it. Evil did, just like the serpent. You can't blame the devil for what the serpent did. You can't blame the devil for Adam's fall. That's where we make the mistake. But Judaism's narrative and characterization of that storyline put everybody to believe that this serpent floating through the trees came down in between with an apple on his head. It wasn't even an apple. It was the fruit of the tree of good and evil. So these are things that you and I, once we get older, that's why Messiah, that's why Solomon, David, in all you're getting, Paul, get understanding. And we will have less missed aiding of our lives from the Father, because the Father listens to us talk. He's like, you don't even know the story. Now I got mercy for you, but I need you to know what you're talking about when you come to talk to me. And that's what Sabbath is for. I'm going to come to church on Sunday and I'm going to pray, God help me. I'm going to come to church on midday Bible study, midday prayer service. I'm going to come to the noonday prayer service, and God, he going to hear me. He's like, okay, well, how do you talk to me? Do y'all know what it's like to be in another country, not your own, and not know the language of the country you went to and try to live? If you don't know the language, you're going to have a problem.
Absolutely.
And many people come to the Father and don't know his language. And he's not obligated to help you learn that language until you sit at his feet and say, you are my shepherd. Teach me your ways. Now he can have that conversation with you. You thought going to the church and the pastor saying the doors of the church is open and you just walking up there, everything will be Gucci. I'm saved now. Eyes are free. Willie free. Eyes are free. I got water down too. They put me in the water, messing my little weave up. Though I got to go get it redone. Where your sister Early? It's so, that ain't what saved you. Learning his language does. Where does that class start? Sabbath, because that's where you read the writ. That's where you learn the language of Elohim. You speak in the language of Baptist, don't impress God. You speak in the language of Episcopalian, don't please the Father. You speak in the language of Methodist, don't do nothing to the Father. You're like, okay, well, what you want? That's a hard pill to swallow. You speak in the language of Church of God in Christ. You speak in the language of Jesus only does not move the Father one iota. Seek ye first the kingdom. Your church ain't the kingdom. Minister Wanda, you gotta take the program over because they're gonna.
No, I'm not. Your church ain't the kingdom.
Can I come back now?
You can come back now. It's not the kingdom. Your church is not the kingdom. I know he better come back here. I know that. But we've been fooled. We have. Thinking not each denomination is the way when he never intended for there to be
division.
Come on.
Amongst us like that. The kingdom is not Baptist, Methodist, Presbyterian, Lutheran, Wesleyan, Four Square, Five Square, Church of God, Assemblies of God, Church of God in Christ, Church of God by faith. All this does not. That's not kingdom. Sorry, it's not. Torah is where we are to be. And I don't care how you normalized what your preferred denomination is. That's not the kingdom of Elohim. That's the kingdom of men.
Ah, that's good. The governance for our lives is the Torah. The instructions on how to raise our families, how to enhance our finances, how to run our businesses, everything, husband and wives, all of that, everything that we need to govern our lives is in the Torah, but we've omitted that and lived from the New Testament. Mm-hmm. But you don't even understand it. You don't get the New Testament without the Torah. We love Yeshua. We love him.
Love him.
What is he speaking? He's speaking his Father's words, which are the Torah.
He told you, I didn't come to speak my own words. The words I speak, they are my Father's words. Where do we find the Father's words? He gave them to Moshe. Mm-hmm. One greater than Moshe would come. Moshe got them, wrote them down. He's going to get them and walk it out. Oh, I like that. Moshe got the word and wrote it down. Messiah came to walk it out. And that's the difference. That's why he's greater than Moshe. Because Moshe, he almost did it, but then he almost didn't do it. And that's why he didn't go over to the promised land. But these are the things that we just gotta, it's difficult when you've taught a child who is impressionable to its parents, needing and depending upon its parents' guidance, its parents' understanding, its parents' knowledge for its own survival. Whatever the parent says will be etched in that child's mind. And all of us were born with the parents of Christianity. No disrespect. We wouldn't know what we know today if it weren't for that in part. But that was it. And there was never a lunge forward for more. And if so, it was considered a cult, or it was considered wrong, or whatever else, and all that stuff. And that's what that was about. The kingdom of Elohim. There you go, Apostle Walker. She'd be on my head. But look at this. The kingdom of Elohim is unity. And as we see it everywhere, the way of man is divisive. The kingdom of Elohim is unity. I can't even say in the churches we go to, this church isn't competing for membership from that church. It's just not the thing that should be done. You know, the conversations are real because we don't realize you're not in competition in the kingdom. This isn't a race against your brother. This is a race against time. To he who endures to the end. Don't matter if you got to the end in 4.4 seconds or you got to the end in 19,672 hours. It's a race to the end. You endure to the end. The same shall be saved. Doesn't mean one person gets the trophy. Messiah won. We can win the same trophy in the same heat. Just finish the race. You ain't got to trip your brother, trip your sister, pull back their shoestrings, tie them together. You ain't got to do that. You don't have to play tortoise and the hare. You can actually be the hare or the tortoise and still be saved. It doesn't matter what time you cross the finish line, just that you cross the finish line having done his will when your time expires. That's the race. It's not a competition against the person next to you. If you're smart, you will use each other to get to that point. And if Yahweh should take them before your race is done, your time expires, they will have been an aid to you, and your memory of them have given you a relative element in life. These are the things that we're not grabbing. We're all supposed to be winning.
Absolutely.
We shouldn't be having a narrative where we got to tell another queen, fix that other queen crown. King, fix that other king's crown. What is we talking about? I should have been holding you up under your shoulders from the rip. I shouldn't have been trying to dig in your pockets while you was down. We going the same way. If I'm digging in your pockets, it's because you asked me to, so we can buy a soda pop on the way. I don't even drink acid. But at the end of the day, we've been going the same direction. What I got, you got. Let's go together, because when we get to the end of this, there's our pot of gold right there. This is not a race of competition. This is not a race of comparison-itis. Terrible disease within the religious arenas. And that's where we got to begin to really put our focus on.
Amen.
What was we going to say? I heard Prophetess Leslie. Did you have something? Wait, hold on, Prophetess Leslie. Wanda, Minister Wanda?
No, go ahead, sir.
Did we get to your about the conversation?
No, we haven't yet. No.
Yeah, that part. Go ahead.
You want to take Prophet Leslie first?
Oh, Prophet Leslie. Go ahead, Prophet Leslie. Go ahead. Go ahead, Prophet Leslie. Prophetess Leslie, where you at?
Shabbat shalom, everyone. You have a
turn your background down. There you go. Whew. All right. What you got?
Sorry about that. I forgot it was on. You have a question from Earth Girl. I put it back up on the screen.
Okay. So Earth Girl question is, was the fruit of the tree of good and evil actually good and evil in the form of fruit? I got to claim Deuteronomy 29:29 here, but if I were to make an answer without being subjective, but it actually will end up being subjective, is yes, it's the fruit of good. It's the fruit of the knowledge of what's good and the knowledge of what's evil. It's not the tree of good and evil. It's the tree of the knowledge of good and the knowledge of evil. Okay, Earth Girl. And yeah, it's in the fruit of fruit. Whatever that was that he did with that, whatever it did would give you the insight to have some knowledge of good. Not that you had the good, you had the truth, you had the evil, you have a knowledge of it. And sometimes that's the worst thing, because if you don't actually possess it and you didn't make it, you don't know the potential of serious harm and detriment that thing can do to you. Okay, so that's what's real. Yes, and to your question, Carmen Hicks, Elohim created evil. Yes, he did. He created evil. He created good. Everything on this planet, Elohim created good and evil. That's why there's a tree called the knowledge of good and evil. So yes, he created good. He created evil. I don't know why that question in Christendom does not come over. And Carmen, not coming for you, Carmen. I'm just saying I've answered it a million times. Yes, Elohim created good. He created evil. He is the father of every single solitary spirit. This is his world. We're just squirrels trying to find acorns. Yahweh, what you want me to do? I don't think we really grasp the fact that he made the heavens and the earth and all that therein dwells. It becomes our job to ask him how to live in a world he made for us to live in, and gave us a job before he gave us an apartment on Park Avenue. My bad. I forgot you was back there.
It's okay.
Yeah. You understand? You know, he said, I don't have a man to till the ground. Let me make man to till the ground. Man ain't tilling the ground right now. Man is stealing from the ground. To the point where it's affecting the ozone layer. And because we don't sit with Yahweh in the Shabbat, we don't know how to use the resources or any of the resources that he's made to our benefit, for our health, or to our progress. I don't think the technology we're experiencing would have been anything like the technology given by Elohim if we'd have been obeying him about tilling this ground. Do y'all know you got waves? You got 5G, 3G. They've been here before 5G, 3G was ever even experienced. Man didn't make 5G waves and signals. Man did not make gamma rays and all that stuff. It was already here. The ability to communicate through airwaves, through certain kinds of waves already existed. What would the technology be like if Yahweh had been our guide every week? Moshe might have had the cell phone, the Samsung or the Apple back then. I just think about that kind of stuff. They think I'm crazy.
But what if we had kept the ability to be able to speak through the ground?
That's deep. I don't think we really pay attention because we don't read the text. And when you do that, when I do that, Apostle, you do too much. It don't take all that. God didn't ask us to do all that. But listen, do y'all realize that Adam talked to the earth through his feet? His curse was Yahweh would curse the ground because of Adam's participation. Why is Yahweh cursing the ground? And Yahweh has now said the way you're going to now produce in the earth is on your bent knee and sweat from your brow, because Adam only had to walk in the earth. See, this skin difference from that skin difference is a real reason. That's why when I touch you, there is a communicated vibe. When I touch something on me, there's a communication through this element of skin, as opposed to this one. When we touch and hold hands, two humans touch and hold hands, do you not feel something? This is something like your lips. When you kiss and communicate, you can feel something, right? The feet.
Yes.
And the dirt in the garden had a communication. That's why the Bible says When you walk on the earth, when you're in right stead with Elohim, you tread on lions. You'll walk on. They'll already know to bow down to you. You walk on lions. You tread. Wherever your foot tread, the earth will be just like you. It'll prosper just like you. And see, that's what Adam had. And earnestly and sincerely, when Adam would walk from the garden and he would step outside the garden would duplicate in the place he just stepped. It would extend.
Yeah.
Now, y'all like, where you find that at? Go back and just do some more reading. Look at why he had to curse the ground. Because he cursed the ground because he's like, I don't want this spirit now, the knowledge of good and evil, to be expanding the garden I created in innocency and perfection. Because now Adam has brought in, instead of perfection, he's brought in perversion into his life. So what comes out of him and his seed will be perversion. So now, we're going to curse the ground for your sake. I don't want the ground to respond to you no more that way. Now you got to work for it. Go over there in the dry ground, the thistles and the thorns, and create for yourselves what I gave you to be in. Hurry up, because I got to get rid of this thing.
That's good.
And y'all might not believe me, but I'm telling you right now, when I walk on the beach, every chance I get to walk on the beach now at my older age, every chance I get to walk, it's just y'all be breaking the dog rules and don't be picking up your dog stuff. And that's why I'd be afraid to walk in the grass. Because if I could, I would take my shoes off and walk in every patch of grass I can find. This concrete is keeping us disconnected. This rubber on our feet and our souls are keeping us disconnected. I mean it with my soul. I mean it. I'm even to the point where just understanding wool and linen, why Yahweh said, don't wear wool, don't wear linen together on the same body. There is a communication in that stuff. This is when you lose your viewership in the Sabbath, just so y'all know. But it's real talk.
Real talk. He gave us a way to communicate.
Yep.
And because of our disobedience, we messed it up.
So when I walk barefoot on the beach, I did just a different feeling. I don't want no sandals between me and that coral reef. I don't want no sandals between me and them little stingrays. I don't like them little jellyfishes though. They hurt. They got me twice. They ain't gonna get me again though. I'm going to somebody's beach soon. I'm going to somebody's beach for my birthday. I'm going somewhere for my birthday. I'm gonna be on some beach with my feet in that water on a beach, clean beach. Okay.
Yes, that mean no Myrtle Beach.
Myrtle, no. Myrtle and Daytona, cancel that. Atlantic City, cancel them. Them jokers, boy, they have been violated by humans.
That's what I said.
Them beaches have been violated by humans. St. Lucia now. Elutra. I might go there, my brother. Yeah. All right. So.
Go to a West Coast beach.
Michelle, no.
We don't have good beaches.
Y'all got they got less beaches than we got.
Yeah, we don't have good beaches.
Michelle Grice makes a very good statement. I like that Grice. Somebody grab that and make that a statement. Give that to Grice. Earthing is healing. Earthing is healing. That is a real thing. I like that, Rice. I like that, Grice. I like that. All right. We got to get going because I'm not gonna be with y'all all day. I'm hungry now. Prophetess Leslie, you get your question answered?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Prophetess, I know you and I were studying this weekend as well. You were mentioning some of the stuff about how people perceive what they view.
Yes, we were.
You care to talk about that at all? No? Did we lose her? I think we lost her. Okay, who's laughing?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Well, it's all good. It's just a study point you might want to make. Who was next on cue? Was it Santana?
Yes, it was Santana.
Santana, what you got?
Well, my question ain't really about this part, but I don't know, like, when we're talking about grieving and grief and mourning.
All right.
Now, I know you said you ain't got a lot of time, but I'm gonna try to be quick.
All right.
So, in thought of that, I think you kind of touched on this before, but my thought is, okay, if we cremated and he comes back, like when he rose from the dead, when he rose from the dead, those that were dead in Messiah rose again. So my thought is, well, if you cremated, your spirit ain't coming back to that body, and if you cremated, ain't no body. Am I thinking crazy?
No, you're not thinking crazy. You're thinking from an unlearned, untaught to you perspective within Christendom. Because to cremate your body, to burn your body, leaves ashes. Those ashes are going to stay on the earth. To watch your body decay creates dust. Shoot, you're all over your house now. Just take the duster and go through your HVAC system or go up on your cabinets or go on top of your shelving. That's you on that dust you throwing away and shaking down the toilet. So all your dust particles are going to come back together in the end. Wherever your pulchritude or whatever is, it's going to come back together. So from dust, ashes to ashes, earth to earth, dust to earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, dust to dust, ash to ash. It's something like that. I'll be saying when I do funerals. And so, yeah, all that's going to be intact. So when Messiah returns, everything that's you, I don't care if a shark ate you, and then a whale ate the shark, orca ate the shark. It won't matter. It'll all work out. All flesh, all sinew that is you is coming back to you. Whoever else is with you, and that's what that's about. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you talked about grief and mourning being different. I don't think people understand mourning is not grief. Biblically, Torah. Anybody want to know why?
Yeah.
Why? Yes. Yeah.
You do?
Why, Apostle? Yeah, we want to know why.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Let's find out. So, Genesis chapter number 27. I'm going to take you there. Minister Wanda, you're going to stay with us and teach today. You heard me? Genesis chapter 27, verse 41. I want to show y'all something. Okay? Bible's going to be on screen in a second. Here you go. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada. Bible's on screen. Genesis chapter number 27, verse 41. Matter of fact, let's go to Genesis 27:1. How about that? Watch, y'all. Look at this. Pay attention. And it came to pass that when Isaac was old, his eyes were dim, so that he could not see. He called Esau, his eldest son, and said to him, Son, behold, here I am. He said, I'm old now. I know not the day of my death. I know not the day of my death. Now, therefore, take, I pray thee, weapons, your quiver, your bow, go to the field, get me some venison, make me savory meat so much as I love, and bring it to me that I may eat, and my soul bless you before I die. Rebekah heard the words of Isaac, told him to Esau, spoken to Esau. Esau went to the field for venison to bring it. Rebekah said, Jacob, here, go get this. I heard your father telling Esau, your brother, bring him venison. Go get me that meat. that he may eat it, and that pardon you, let me read verse number 7 again. Bring me venison and make me savory meat, that I may eat it and bless thee before Yahweh, before my death, before my death, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice according to what which I've commanded you. Go now, get the flock, fetch me 2 good kids of the goats. I will make that savory meat for your father. He know I know how to make it do what it do. Verse 18, verse 10. And thou shalt bring it to your father, that he may eat it, that he may bless you before his death, before his death, before his death. Jacob said to Rebekah, my brother's a hairy man. Verse 12. Father, peradventure sees me as a liar and deceiver, bring a curse on me rather than a blessing. Verse 13. His mother said unto him, upon me your curse will be, obey my voice, go fetch me that, go get me that, run me that, run me that. Run me that. Verse 14. He went and fetched and brought him his mother, and she made the savory sauce for his father. He loved it, that with which he loved. Rebekah took the goodly raiment of her eldest son, figured out what she should do with it. Verse 16. She put the skins of the kids on his hands. Verse 19. She gave him savory meat and bread, put it in his hands of Jacob. Verse 18. Came to his father and said to his father, here am I. He said, who are you, son? Verse 19. Jacob said, Father, I'm Esau, your firstborn. I have done what you bade me. Arise. Verse 20. Yitzhak said to his son, you found this quickly, son. Why so soon? Verse 21. Yitzhak said unto Jacob, come near, I pray, that I may feel my son, whether it really be Esau or not. Verse 22. Jacob went near to Yitzhak his father. He felt him and said, voice of Jacob is this is the voice of Jacob's voice, but it's the hands of Esau. Verse 23. He discerned him not because of his hands being hairy, for his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. He felt his hands were Esau's hands, so he put the blessing on who he thought it was. Verse 24. Thou art my very son Esau. He said, yes, I am. Bring it near to me that I may eat it. Verse 26. His father Yitzhak said, come near now, kiss me, my son. Verse 27. He came near to kiss him. He smelled him, smelled like the rain, smelled like the field. Verse 28. Therefore Elohim give you the dew of heaven. Verse 29. Let the people serve you and the nations bow down over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down and to you. Cursed be he that curses you, and blessed be he that bless you. Verse 30. Came to pass, Yitzhak had made an end of blessing Jacob yet scarce gone from his presence. It's of Yitzhak his father, that Esau his brother came in from hunting. Verse 31. Made his savory meat, told his father to rise up, daddy, come on, get this food, let's eat this venison. He says, my son, that my soul may bless, that your soul may bless me. Yitzhak his father, verse 32 says, who are you? I'm Esau, your firstborn. Yitzhak trembled very exceedingly. Where is he that took the venison and brought it to me, that I've eaten and came forth? Listen, y'all. Who is it that did that brought it to me, that I've eaten it before, and eaten of all of it before you came, and have blessed him? Verse 34. When Esau heard the words of his father, listen. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry. And he said unto his father, bless even me also, my father. Verse 35. He says, your brother came with subtlety and has taken away your blessing. Verse 36. He said, is he not rightly named Jacob? All right. He took away my birthright. Now he's taken away my blessing. Have you not a reserved blessing for me, daddy? Verse 37. Yitzhak answered and said, Esau, behold, I have made him Lord over all your brethren, all of his brethren. I have given to him for servants, and with corn and wine I have sustained him. Verse 38. Esau said to his father, hast thou not one blessing for me, father? Bless me. Verse 39. Yitzhak his father answered and said, behold, your dwelling shall be with fatness, yada yada. Verse 40. And the sword and by the sword you shall live and serve your brother, and it shall come to pass when you have the dominion that you shall break his yoke off your neck. Verse 41. Esau hated Jacob. Listen, here it is. Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. After that, I will slay my brother Jacob. Now, mourning, as you all can see here, is not the death of a person. They're mourning Esau while he is alive. Esau still got soundness of mind. Not Esau. They are mourning Yitzhak while he's yet alive. Itzhak just said, hey, listen, before I lose all sense of what's real, y'all come on, let me get y'all blessed and put this stuff, let me put my affairs in order. This is the mourning process. You're starting to think about, wow, the life we've had with you, Dad, the life we had with you, Mom, the life we had with you, brother, sister, man, and we know that it's appointed unto man to die. So mourning is not the death. The death is a part of the mourning, but mourning is far further reaching than the grief of the loss of that life that we've loved. Because before they go, you're thinking about all the good times. Now, let me show you how long mourning took. Y'all want to know how long mourning took?
Yeah, yes.
30 days.
There go that Christian.
It was like 70, wasn't it?
There go that Christian. Y'all ready?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so when does mourning start and stop? And y'all do that stuff because of Christianity. That's what Christianity told y'all. Now watch what it is for real. Okay, so chapter 35. Is when the brother died. Is when Itzhak dies, right? Y'all got that?
Yes, sir.
So go down. So what you got to understand about this is that, hold on, my laptop acting squirrely. Whoa. Pause. Cancel. Uh-oh. I am no longer on StreamYard. Can y'all see me? Y'all can see me and hear me, right?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Yes. I seem to have lost control. All right, here we go. Zoom. Where's my platform? Okay, here we go. Back to StreamYard. All right, I'm back. I found it. Whew, that was close. Okay, so in Genesis chapter 35. So how long, and I want y'all to answer this question. You read in chapter 27 that Jacob gets the blessing from Itzhak, but he gets it from Itzhak while he is yet alive. And he says, before I die, I want to bless the firstborn, right? Happens to be, he was trying to bless Esau, but he ends up blessing Jacob. Doesn't Jacob leave his father's land because his mama said, boy, you better run, Esau tripping?
Yeah, sent him to a brother house.
How long was he up there before he came back? How long was Jacob in Laban's territory in Padam Aram?
7 and another
7 years for the marriage, 14 years to conclude the second marriage, then another 7 years for getting his family straight so he can get out of the contract he had with him. So we're talking about 21, 25 years.
Oh.
Itzhak ain't dead yet, but they're mourning him. Mourning is about knowing the time is coming nigh and remembering endearingly. And that's where we have a problem. That's why when I do funerals, I don't like, especially Christian funerals. They trying to climb into the casket, and they'd have knocked over the flowers, and they would have grabbed the mic, and I want to talk about Jimmy, and Jimmy. And you got to pry the mic out their hand, baby. You should have talked to that when he was alive. You don't, this ain't the scene. Somebody open the casket, open the casket. No, all that foolishness. When you love somebody, you mourn them. And that means you think about, what would my life be like without this person? So this year for Esau and Isaac and Jacob and Rebekah, all of that went along with that, he triggered, the moment he transferred the blessing, he triggered the mourning process for their family. And in remembering him and him helping to indict the things he did, the places he went, the words of Yahweh, the words of his father Abraham that been a part of their lives, he now is causing them to remember the value of my life and your life on my life. I'm going to miss you when I'm gone, but I am going to be leaving. You're going to miss me when I'm gone. You're going to still go on. I'm still going to be with you. So let me transfer and put all this information on you. See, we don't understand mourning because we don't make time for who we say we love. We a bunch of people who don't tell truth.
Yeah.
That's mourning. See, when I think about what it would be like for me to not have my mother in my life, my grandmother, I had to do a lot of mourning. The loved one I just lost just yesterday. My age, just with a heart attack. The first cousin raised like we're brothers and sisters. And, when I lost my brother, I lost my sister, my real sisters, and my real brothers. I mourn them before they go. I mourn my sons and my daughters in the event that I should be. And I pray Yahweh not allow said for my life, but I mourn whoever I love. I will stop what I'm doing and think about what it would be like to not have that person in my life. And I may cry. I mean, boo-hoo cry in private. And then I'm going to call them when I get done and let them know, yo, just thinking about you today. So if you get calls from me, you hear me say, Apostle, you get a text from me, hey, I was thinking about you today. Yeah, you were being mourned. You were being, in my world, assessed. What would it be like without them in my life? That's the part of the process of mourning. In that, not that you're, so wait a minute, you mean Apostle, you texted me the other day, you said you was thinking about me. Am I about to die, Apostle? No, stop it. It's just that your mourning means that you think about the fact that, hey, I had to catch myself. I'm 60, and it's like the Bible says you only guaranteed 70. So that means I got what, 10 years left? Prayerfully, I've been obedient. I've obeyed my mother and my father. The days may be long upon this land, which the Lord thy God have given thee, and all that good stuff like that. But no matter how healthy you are, when it's your time, it's your time. Technically, I know I got a 10-year window. Pastor, don't talk like that. Why not? That's biblical. That's Torah. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure in this guaranteed window, I know it could be extended, that I want to let the people that I've been with and I've known know that I love them. I care for them. Or if I didn't like you, I can tell you I don't rock with you. But I'll forgive you right now because I want to make heaven my home. I want to see the Father when I get there. So I'm going to forgive you. Y'all don't like good. Now y'all like all them other Christian jokes. But when I give you a good biblical joke, y'all going to act all deep. Okay. Fine. So
He said you got to love, not like.
Mm-hmm. Ben, what are you asking? Isaiah was mourning for Jacob. What's he asking? So anywho, that's what mourning is about. And it's a process. It'll happen after the actual death, which is the grief.
Thanks for that, Apostle. Thank you.
And people get caught up in the grief And because they don't use the mourning process, or they never started the mourning process, the grief process is elongated, and then they're in depression. And I am so in tune to this because every year between Thanksgiving all the way over to Valentine's Day, I'm dealing with people who have not processed mourning or grief, because that holiday season, they're used to that loved one being there. Now they're not there. Even I get caught up. I'm like, these are times when the families gather. It's winter. People huddle up and all this stuff. And you're like, man, such and such's not here. But if you didn't properly mourn, now your churches tell you, oh, we're going to keep the chair open for this person for 40 days and nobody can sit in that seat. That's idolatry. Be careful. Well, Moshe, they kept moving. He gave them the scepter and they kept it moving. There was no seat left over for Moshe. Stop. Well, we should mourn for 40 days, for Moshe did die, and they mourned for 40 days. That's good. They mourned. All of them thought about, as you say in the writ, Moshe. And he was, this is a mega thing. Moshe is a major, major leader. And they mourned him for 40 days. And typically other people would be mourned, and your family should be mourned for 40 days. It helps with the grieving process. But you're always going to mourn someone once they've transitioned. And you will, if you're told properly, mourn a person as you know their time is coming. Y'all stop acting like, well, that's grandma. She ain't going nowhere. You better start mourning grandma.
Yeah, I'm grateful for that teaching you started. Thank you.
You got 10 years guaranteed for every human on the planet. If they're at 60, 65, 70, you better start thinking about them and letting them know, hey, not that we trying to wish you dead and get an insurance policy money from you, but yeah, I remember you took me out softball. You taught me how to ride my bike. You the first one taught me how to put on makeup and mascara. You the first one taught me how to burn my hair, because I burned my hair and in the back of my ear too, Grandma. You know you did that, cousin. And whoever else it is, and brothers and sisters, bro, you taught me how to play baseball. Yo, I caught this catch with you. You was the first one that taught me how to do contraband. Mourn the person. You talk to them. You let them know. So when they actually transition, you're not trying to crawl in the casket because you was too busy with life to say I loved you while you were alive, i.e. give that person their flowers. That's why so many funerals are so whacked out and crazy. It's like, yo, stop. They can't even hear you. They're transitioned. Well, they're looking down on me. No, they not.
Yeah, thank you for that one.
Just like Jesus gonna come take the wheel. No, he not. He good. He did his job. He did his work. He ain't coming back to take no wheel.
Jesus, take the wheel.
Right. So, Marie, just so you know, that scripture has been augmented by Yahweh under Moshe. Moshe lived to be 120 years. While Moshe was alive, Yahweh changed it to 70. So just so you know. All right.
So, Apostle, when we do read, because we just recently finished Better Sheets. When we read in Better Sheets 50, when it talks about after Usef passed, not Usef, Yaakov passed. And it says that the 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed, and the Egyptian mourned him for 70 days. Mm-hmm. Just so we're clear, that was the Egyptians' custom.
Correct. Because he was embalmed.
Okay.
Egyptian style. Okay. And that's a whole nother conversation for another day about the embalming process and the funeralizing and the body preparation and all the stuff and what y'all do today with the formaldehyde and everything else. So all of that is relevant. But the point is, the mourning process is something that is incorporating of grief, but grief is not to take as long as it's taken, y'all, if we mourn properly. So for me, Minister Wanda, Apostle Walker, my mother, my brother, my fathers, my brothers, my sisters, I mourn them while they're alive. They'll get calls and texts from me. Hey, bro, I love you, thinking about you, man. Let's get together, have some tea, play some golf, do some pool, whatever. Just while you're here, man. I don't know if you're able to. Maybe they can't. I can't go now. My left leg hurt. All right, cool. I'll put you in a wheelchair. We'll just stroll out onto the patio and, do something we enjoy doing. Play some spades. I can beat you sitting in a chair playing some spades, or you can beat me. Whatever. We'll go for it. Have some libation. Love on that person and let them know, hey, I don't care what happens. I need you to know I love you. I always have, always will, and do all the ups and downs and bads and pains. So this way, when they do transition, because you never know when someone's going to leave, you ain't trying to crawl into the casket in that outfit you bought in theme. Funerals and or the death of a beloved one is to be something that you memorialize. You make memory of someone who was memorial, memorable. Your spouse, your ex, you mourn them because they are a part of your life. They are a part of your psychological makeup from this point forward. Your children, your baby daddy, may have been short-lived, but they with you forever. And all of that stuff is real. And this is why so many people don't know how to deal with the pain of losing a loved one. So when the holidays come up, they don't know how to act. They just shut down like, I miss them. Well, if you would have mourned them, they would have empowered you to go on after they went on, and vice versa. I love you, Apostle Walker. I don't just appreciate you. I thank you for that, but I love you. I promise you. And I thank Yahweh for having the time to spend in space with you in my life. And I think that all the way back. My story is about the love bug is everything.
I was going to say the Volkswagen, right?
It's the Volkswagen stories. We was the Keystone Cops around that piece, boy. Yeah.
I think if we were taught these, again, principles from Torah, we would handle deaths better. I know people right now are just stuck because of loved one has passed and they have not been able to move past.
Can't move forward.
Right.
They can't move on because they never mourned the person. If you look at it, this man was mourned 20-something, almost 30 years. He didn't even die when he was putting the blessing on Esau or Jacob. He didn't die then. He says, hey, I'm getting older. I don't know when my day is coming. Well, that was 2.5 decades later. That ain't a day, decades we talking about, and so that's important.
Yeah,
that's important. I like that, Prophetess Leslie. Some people alive die when someone has transitions gone. They die right there in lifetime, and they're a whole different part. No one can die from your memory. Even if you try to block them out, you have that memory, that recall. It's there. You cannot block it out. Yahweh built the body and the brain that way. However, you become stagnant in your life. That means that you made that person technically an idol in your life.
Oh.
You can't get past them. You made them an idol. Proper mourning lets you put it in perspective. Proper mourning, understanding that, hey, I love you. It's just a simple thing. I mean, it's no real big drawn out thing where you got to go to psychology and psychiatric. It shouldn't be. It is. Yeah, we different. We are different. We some we weird people. Based on the Bible, we weird. How we live today. Based on Torah, we are weird. And as soon as we get back to the basics of the Torah, we will find life a whole lot different and simpler and more manageable for each of us. I mean that with my heart and soul. And when you can't get past somebody, that's an idol. Yep. Pastors, preachers, all that. I knew one family, when their pastor died, the church died. Family members went bankrupt. I mean, literally, because that person was sort of kind of everything to them. But if they'd have sat and mourned with that person and let them know, hey, I just thought about everything you've done for me since I've been alive. You taught me how to eat, how to produce, how to do this, how to do the other, that they would have been able to talk to them while alive. And the person knows they're about to transition. Y'all not going to tell me when you get older, you don't know you're transitioning, because I've seen too much. I do too many funerals and I do too much hospice care. I talk to too many people in this stage and platform of life. You sort of kind of know. If your children would come to you and sit with you, you're going to spill everything you know to them. You need to get them before they get these diet infused diseases we got, like dementia and all that other stuff. Get them now. Sit with you don't have the time not to go to talk to somebody who's lived 70 years and you're only 35.
True story.
Go talk to them. They're going to tell you more. Well, times have changed. No, stuff has changed. Time is the same. You still got phases to come through. You might wear blue today. They might wear aluminum tomorrow, but the element is still wearing something. That's what you're there for, not the garb. And we don't want to go sit to grandmom and all them and uncle and cousin and all. Sit with them. Especially if they've been in your life at any point. They was at your birthday party, carry your butt to sit with them at the place, or call them or FaceTime them. Shoot, you ain't got to go sit with them and smell the mothballs no more. All you got to do is to put on a FaceTime. Y'all, I slid that in, didn't I? It slid right in. I don't want to go over there. It smell like mothballs. Yeah, okay, y'all remember. Y'all not gonna let y'all gonna just let me hang out there and dangle out there and die like that. Okay.
You ain't by yourself.
Okay. So, you just get in touch, talk to people, chat with them, your old pastors, your old coaches, your old teachers, all of that stuff. I mean, it's real. Just have a conversation. And if they're older than you and you're old enough to have had children, you should know you really can learn some more stuff. If you come through raising children and you got them up to college, you realize I'm so stupid. I don't know nothing. Oh my God, what in the world? And now you made it through college. You bulldozed your way through raising your children through high school. You bulldozed your way and you got information and you got through because I'm raising mine. I'm about mine, me and my four. You do all that and you realize once they get to college, they like needed more help. Because they met other parents, and to them, you are weird now. So you gotta figure out how to bring them back. I had to go and sit with people who are older. I sat with them. I'm like, talk to me, man. What did I miss? What am I still missing? And I'm still talking. I have my mentors are older than me. Show me the way I'm going. And they're like, well, they're still learning. But as long as you are in that process of talking with them, it's a part of the mourning process. It's a respect. When you mourn somebody, it's respect for the life that they've lived and an infusion into the life you live for the good of you. That will, if you then make it known to your family, you can pass on to the people behind you. What he did here was very interesting. He said, come to me. It's my time to go. I don't know when my day is about to leave. That triggers the mourning process. When someone says, baby, I ain't gonna be here always, you start hanging out with that person at that point, making phone calls. It ain't got to be long. It could be 10 minutes, 12 minutes in the course of the day, every other day, every 3 days, maybe once a week, just until you start seeing any kind of decline in what's going on in their body, their lifestyle, or what have you. And you just make it a purposeful thing. That's proper mourning. And when that person does transition, you'll at least be aware because, okay, they're going through this medical crisis last month. Now, I've noticed that these crises have happened more frequently in these last few months. Okay. And then you're talking to Yahweh and Sabbath. He's going to tell you it might not be. You start making sure you stay connected. And when the time of transition happens, you're not taken off guard. You're not hit by surprise and you ain't losing your mind. Does that make sense, people?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, well, we at that 3.5 hour mark. I am going to get up because I can feel my ankles tightening and I don't want to be in that boat. Moderators, are we good? All questions done? And we talk about everything?
I thought I heard somebody call their name, but I'm not sure.
All right. Anybody call their name on Clubhouse?
Yes.
Somebody make this make sense for me.
Right. I only heard
Regina
heard.
and Eugene.
Yeah.
All right, Regina and Regine. Okay, ladies first. Regina, what you got?
Two things real quick. When I didn't realize at the time when my grandmother passed away, I don't know, but it was like 5 to 6 years before she passed away, maybe a little longer than that. I started like feeling sad, melancholy, and I started thinking about all the stuff she taught me, and I had this thing about not wanting her to leave, and of course I matured to realize that that's selfish, but I started really remembering all the lessons she taught, and when she started transitioning, I would go up and just lay in the bed with her and just talk to her and listen to her and ask her about her life and really just appreciate and just let her know how much I love her and how much I realized what she sacrificed.
Mm-hmm.
And when she did pass away, the grief wasn't the same. I mean, yes, I missed her, but I got to spend so much time with her, one-on-one, just going up there, being with her, and remembering so many things that she taught me that while I still miss her, it's been 10 years since she's been going on 11.
Mm-hmm.
But the life lessons that she taught me continues to help me today. And I realized it was because I started the mourning process for her about 10 years before she actually passed. And I didn't realize that's what I was doing.
Right, exactly.
But just spending time with her, just listening to her, talking to her, it just really emphasized to her how much I loved her and appreciated her. And as an adult, I started realizing what she gave. And I wanted her to know that I knew what she gave and sacrificed for raising not only her children, but her grandchildren as well. And I got to have that with her. So when she passed away, I was happy that she wasn't in pain anymore.
Right. And see, that's the thing too. You're happy about the fact that they're no longer in pain because you've been dealing with them for the last years and they're like, oh, there's pain. And you're like, oh, I wish I could take that away. And then when Yahweh does it, you're like, oh, I wish they were still here. That's a little weird because they're in pain. They're no longer in pain. And we sort of kind of forget all about that because of the concept of us being selfish, as we're alluding to it in short. Go ahead, finish your statement. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, it's just that I didn't realize until we talked about it a lot during Sabbath about what mourning and grief really is. That it really took for me to realize that was even before Sabbath. I became a Sabbath keeper. Yahweh had given me that ability, that gift of mourning my grandmother prior to her passing away. So I got to really appreciate her. So I was strong at the funeral. Everybody leaned on me because I was strong. I was able to read the scriptures and, comfort my loved ones because I had that time with her.
Right. So important to know that. It's so important to know that and embrace that and understand that. It's real talk too. Real talk.
Carmen.
All right, we're gonna cut that off. That's the last one we have. Who's next? Eugene?
Yes.
Go ahead, Eugene.
Yes, sir. So I have a comment and then a question.
All right.
Two different things going on. So the first thing is when you and Minister Wanda was talking about the serpent, and within the definitions, along with the transliterations, the word discern stuck out to me. And and when I look back at this particular scripture, Genesis chapter 3 at verse 7, chapter 2 at verse 17, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It is then when you were talking about that knowledge, it really like you emphasize it, whether or not that you were aware of it. And I really thought we put a lot of emphasis on the good and bad, but the true emphasis should be on the knowledge of it, which sets it apart, because to have the knowing good and bad, but having that knowledge of the two, sometimes there's a distinction, which we all know this. And when it comes to us either doing right by him according to his word or not, that knowledge is the key to it all. So that's my comment on that. I appreciate you when you went there and you emphasized the knowledge. And the second thing is talking about mourning as well as grieving. So you showed us where the mourning, how it is before. And then if I'm correct in my hearing, you also said that there's a mourning process after death, along with at that point where if you are holding on to that deceased too long and you are thinking that you cannot go on without him or her, is that the transitioning point of now you're in your grieving state?
The grieving state is the moment that you lost a person.
Okay.
Physically lost. You're going to be doing that. Messiah did something that nobody likes to talk about. He told a man who just lost his dad.
Mm-hmm.
You coming with me, you got to come now. Let the dead bury the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because Messiah knew that the body, their soul is with the Father. There is that person ain't got no other issues. They're going to come pick this body up when the rapture take place. They going on. They ain't even thinking about none of these prunes, none of these corns, and none of this locksmith or blacksmith stuff y'all got going on down here. That soul is with the Father. Let them carry that body on. Y'all come on. If you coming with me, come with me. Let go. It's that simple. So the grieving process is getting used to now not having that person here. The mourning process helps to expedite that. And it's not just theory, but it's practical application. So you can mourn that person. Like there are people I still mourn my Apostle T.R. Malone to this day.
Okay.
But I'm not grieving them. No, they're gone on. And now when I mourn them, I remember some of their words, and it's like rereading the story. And now like, oh, even that was, you learn. Mourning a person makes you remember them.
Mm-hmm.
Grieving makes you pain over them. And now you're stunning your life as if you can't live no more. Messiah's like, your dad dead? Oh, just let me bury my daddy. I'm gonna come with you. I'm gonna follow you because you're teaching the truth. Okay, cool. Come on with me now. Well, let me just bury my dad. He dead, right? Y'all don't like that. 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 Y'all don't. You can cry on the way, but let them bury the dead. I'm going over here. He didn't even say, you want me to come to your funeral? Do you want me to bury him? He didn't even say that.
Right.
He like, is he dead? He let me go bury my dad. Let the dead bury the dead. Come on.
Sounds harsh too.
It might be the last funeral I ever do. It does sound, it sort of kind of sounds harsh, but it's the truth. And we make more out of it. The truth is, if we really love them like we said we do, we'd have been with them in more of the situations of life. So when the time came, we would have known what phase they were in the whole time. Most of us lose our mind because we meant to connect, we meant to contact, and then we get hit with news like, oh my God, they're gone. And the truth is, you're just guilty. You didn't spend more time with who you said you loved. And now you want to get to the funeral and take the order of program to memorialize and honor this person. You were given 2 minutes to say what they meant to you. And you got to grab the microphone and take 2 minutes to announce, well, I knew that for so long, and then so I'm gonna just take my 2 minutes. No, you already in your 2 minutes. I promise you. And I'm clocking. I'm like, no, because we got to get out of here. They wait for us down there at the other place to put the body in. So you're in your 2 minutes. Don't take 45 seconds and then say, oh, I'm gonna start my. No, that's you got 1 minute and 15 seconds. Finish. Yeah, but he's so mean.
We need more people to hold funerals like you, because I swear they get up there singing and everything else.
Yeah, don't sing a song. You wasn't asked to sing a song. The program is set by the family standards now. Well, I am family. They didn't tell me that when they gave me this program. Don't you dare come up here, usurping the little satchel of chocolate. Okay, he sure can sing. No, sit down. We are trying to honor the life of this person. Y'all, I'm sorry. Y'all don't like me being real. Okay. Kim Roll.
That's how y'all be thinking. Thank you.
Kim, no, that's not how they thinking, because some of them love y'all to go drag out like that. And that's a whole nother story. I'm not going to talk about the negative about that. But for me, that person that is passed on, this family wants the world to see them in a certain light, and they want them truthfully, hopefully, and they want us. That program is designed to honor the life of that person, not show the hood, the gully, the ghettoism, the foolishness, and the drama and the laundry within your family. Honor that person in that moment. It's designed to honor that person. You climbing in the casket shows that we got some issues in this family. You don't drag that laundry out. You honor that person, set them up, make that proper placing. You paid all this money for these items to put them in the ground with and intern them with, whether it's a urine or whatever. Honor the person's life. Speak about them as you have chosen the persons to speak about them. Have them rehearse before they come to the funeral what they're going to say, so they can get used to the moment when they get choked up. See, that's what you get when you get me to officiate your service, because I'm on you from day one. Okay, who's speaking? Who want to say something? Do you want them to say something? Who's ever in charge of the funeral? What colors you want? Who you getting to do what? Okay, know all of this stuff. Set it up. Boom, boom. Here's your program. Mom, dad, cousin, husband, wife. This is what y'all agree with. Grandson, son, daughter. This is what y'all want. Yes, we want it just like that. Done. I got you. You sit down there. You can mourn and cry all you want to. This service, this train gonna keep on rolling. Ain't no one monkey gonna stop this show. And you will be, your father will be, when they see this on the video later on, how many of y'all done went back to a funeral video and be like, oh my God, is that her slip? Wait a minute, why her wig came off? Father, did he punch him in the face? All of this on video of a funeral service. You catch somebody over in the corner chewing with their mouth open and got chicken stuff and asparagus down there and putting the other hot dog in the bag. Why? What? The program is to honor the life of that person, not embarrass them. I'm gonna make sure they're honored, especially if they're one of my loved ones. No, we ain't doing all that foolishness. Sit them down. I'll tell the morticians in a minute. If you see me wink like this, grab that joker and bring him out to the back. That's it. I don't care who they are. That's my cousin out there. He should have been your cousin when you should have known it was your cousin. All right, moving on. Let me stop.
Not the wink.
Kim Roll, are you still there? Kim Roll says, "Can I ask a question, please?" Kim Roll, are you still out there? Kim Roll. Somebody help me find Kim Roll. She's on YouTube, I think. All right.
She is. She said, "Can I ask a question?" But I haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah. All right, cool. Kim, we're giving you a chance. I don't know where you are. I don't know where you are, who you are. So please feel free to You got one because I didn't give YouTube the chance. And we have Carmen, who's our last question on Clubhouse. Is that right? Did I get it right?
Yes.
Or did I cut off somebody's question?
No.
Okay. Kim Roll, are you out there? Kim Roll, are you out there? Go ahead, Carmen.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. So my question is more, and I'm not sure if you had answered it during this platform or later in the week, but it was during the It Is Written. And the reason I have this question is it's regarding I wrote it down. Help me to understand Catholics who pray to like St. Paul, Peter, the Virgin Mary, and because my neighbor has a statue of the Virgin Mary she recently put out there.
We call those canonized individuals. They're canonized people. The religion canonized them, and the religion has made them some sense of deity. That's the religion.
So is that would that be a reference to the first commandment? Child.
Technically, I would say yes, because that's putting another guy. You don't pray to St. Pete to find your keys in the backyard.
Okay.
You know, you don't pray to Mary to have a conversation with Jesus.
Okay. I figured that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. So it's a fact. Jesus is. I mean, even the rosary is religious.
Yeah.
Mary is not the mother of God.
Yes.
If Mary is the mother of God, then Mary's God.
Mm-hmm.
Mary is not the mother of God.
Okay. Okay.
Don't even sound right. I got to stop talking. And then I'm like, hold, what? No, I'm not saying that. Why would I say something like that? So to pray to this person to find your keys, and pray to that person to get past your tears, to pray to this person, that is not the God we serve. And we don't pray to Mary to pray to Jesus, to pray to God.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even pray to Jesus. Did y'all know you don't pray to Jesus? Did y'all know you don't pray to Jesus?
I learned that at one of your I learned that. There's some people that don't know that.
A whole lot of people that don't know that. You do not pray to Jesus.
That's how I was taught.
You pray to the Father in the name. That's your passcode. That's like the key to the door. You don't pray to Jesus. All right, I'm in trouble. Moving on. So,
make more comment.
real quick, what you got?
So I just wanted to comment on regarding the mourning. Didn't David also mourn before his baby actually died, and then he just got up, washed up, and went about his way?
Correct. He did.
Okay, thank you.
That would be another great example. 7 days, as it were, but a great example of mourning in that process. Yeah, and then he got up. He's like, okay, Yahweh took this child. It's clear. And I know what I did. I know where we are. I know how we got here. All right, sorry. He repented for his sins to both Elohim and probably his own child, and he got up and he got to keep moving. Yahweh has spoken. You know, ain't that what the song says? What was that song by Winans? Let the church say amen, right? God has spoken. Let the church say amen. And what you gonna say after God has spoken? He is the one who determines when a person leaves this planet. He is also the person who determined when a soul came into this planet. None of us had nothing to do with that. You surely ain't got nothing to do with when you leave. The only thing you can do about you leaving is, in fact, the condition in which you leave. Did you take care of the body? Or did you give it stuff it shouldn't have? Because you was enjoying life more than you were enjoying the life Elohim intended. Them conversations we ain't really ready for all over the world. So Kim Rowe does ask a question. Kim Rowe has a question up here. Carmen, you good? Did I answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Good. Kim Rowe has a question. If Satan was made perfect, how did he know about sin? Okay, so Kim, that question is a good question, and it's not difficult, but it will be received like throwing this answer against a brick wall because of the way Christendom sees this and doesn't really understand this. The angels, the angels, the angelic being, the Yahweh Sabbath, he's the Lord over the heavenly host. However, Satan gets entreated. We have several storylines, and I'm going to try and stay away from some of the panels I've been on about this conversation, some good, some bad. And I'm going to give it to you as clean as I can. The angels that fell from their first estate because of Lucifer. Some argue whether it's Lucifer or not. So we're going to say once he no longer was an angel, his name became Hashatan. Short version for Christendom, they call him Satan, right? So when he, in fact, is there experiencing his job's fruit being eaten by Elohim on his throne, and how the angelic voices and sounds and harmonies and cadences, as we like to say, caused Elohim to swell up with just sheer appreciation and passion for the sound and the adoration it came with. You know, Satan was like, we call that glory. Satan was, Lucifer was like, ooh, I mean, I want that. I want to feel that. I'm going to make my throne above his throne. How does he know evil? He's an angelic being. He knows that there's good and there's evil in the land. But the angels are designed to obey Elohim. I'm still trying to figure out how, like you, I asked the same question. If he was made good and all the angels obey Elohim, how do these angels end up disobeying Elohim and ending up in this lesser state? Well, they can't have relationships physically like men and women do on the earth. So all that conversation about them being, you know, angels who had babies in the earth is flat out lie. But how did they end up how did he end up disobeying the Father? Well, he too felt what the fruit of that vibe, as it were, was. And that's where he wanted it. So his covetousness and then his aspirations for a coup to set his throne above the throne of Elohim is what got him in trouble. I really wish, of all the panels, conversations, and studies with the different rabbis, Messianic, Orthodox, supposedly deep Christians, and some Bereans, as we like to try and say we are because we're Christians. You know, it's what it does, and it's what it considers itself. I'm trying not to say the wrong thing to start too many questions that will stem this and keep us here longer than we can be off the course in here. But I am not completely certain how Satan ended up in transgressive state. I had to classify that to a Deuteronomy 29:29, Devarim 29:29. And until Yahweh tells us how it happened, I get the events around it. I get the boot he got from heaven. I get all of the chronology. I don't get how he ended up there with such an illuminated position. So it's a Devarim 29:29 issue for me, and I have no problem admitting that. But I do know for a fact that he desired to make his throne above the throne of his own creator, and somehow convinced 1/3 of the, at that time, angelic force to follow in that coup. They, however, factually are Jude 6, reserved, tied up in chains, not in darkness, but under darkness until the day that Yahweh judges them. Now, Satan has already been judged. He got the boot and was kicked back to the earth. He fell like lightning from the sky. And he's in this realm. And that's where we are. So, Kim Roll, does that help a little bit with the answer? And some might be, like, well, we know the answer. No, you don't. Ain't there one of y'all to know the answer. I've searched the entire Apocrypha. I've searched some other reasons and writings that probably most of y'all need to stay away from because it gets too deep and crazy. But there is nothing in any of those that give us the understanding of about how he ended up in sin. We know the events. Where did the mindset? Because we've always known that the angels were created for Elohim's glory, just like we are. We were created to make his praise glorious. So, Kim, if you're out there, let us know that you're hearing, because I don't know if she is or not, or they are. I don't know if Kim is a guy or a girl. But that would be the answer. We really don't have anything that we can point to assuredly, and that is backed up by 2 or 3 witnesses. There are several theories, and I refuse to express those theories on Sabbath. Do you believe in predestined by Yahweh? Predestination in proper text, Kim, great question. Christianity and a lot of religion around the Bible have completely messed up what predestination means. People think that Yahweh predestines who is going to go to heaven and who is going to go to hell, and then sends them into the earth. And then they are, whatever they do on the earth, they're either going to heaven at the end or they're going to hell. They call that predestination. That is not predestination. Predestination, okay, is Elohim having given man a job. He predestined man to till the ground. He predestined man to finish the tilling of the ground by complying with the instructions given and return back to him. So when people associate predestination, they associate predestination to just the judgmental piece where you're going to go to hell, you're going to go to heaven. Like he already knows who's going to heaven here. That's not it. He does know who's going to heaven and who's going to hell, because our life is a story that has already been told. He has literally, before he sent us in the earth, each one of us as souls, he walked out our lives. He saw the choices we would make. He didn't predestine those choices. We chose them. He predestined a path for us to follow to get back to him from the cradle to the grave. And then we made choices along that journey. He happens to see that because he walks through our life. We have free will, moral agency, and he watches the choices we make. And he sits at the end of our life and then calls us into life, i.e. we're born, then we're dead. And hopefully in that time, he predestined to give us a life of everything that Shalom offers and a return to him in his glorious place of heaven to be with him forever. That's what he's predestined. Our choosing along that path is what changes what he's predestined. So that question, as you can tell, is an accordion file. And many people like to play like it's a solid thing. God predestined who's going to live. God predestined who's going to die. He does have a schedule for each human on the planet, but he doesn't determine who's going to heaven or who's going to hell. We actually do that. In the life we're living, he predestined us to come back to him. We chose different. The whole concept of transgression is laid out there. Hope that helps, Kim. You're more than free to send us an email or a text. And I do believe Yahweh is, in fact, in complete control. But predestination, the way that a lot of times it's been spelled out, isn't what predestination, his way, is about. All right. I hope that helps. All right, cool. Okay, so I got no more responses. Well, listen, guys, it's been a joy and an honor. I'm going to take my time and go get me something to eat and relax, get my feet going. Minister Wanda, did we mess up your conversation and your study for the day? You got something you want to share? I feel so relaxed. I'm going to go and sit on my couch. And
No, sir. Thank you for allowing me to share. It's been a great study. I appreciate you, sir.
Yeah, I think it was pretty good as well. But just to make sure we know and note that, hey, those things that happened in that garden, she didn't talk to you about the part about the conversation. I'm really tempted to have you do that. I'm really tempted to have you do that. I was like, if a man say it, he in trouble. But if you say it, it might be okay. I'm just
I'll
thinking.
put it this way. Everybody go read it.
Where's that?
Genesis 3. Go read it.
Genesis 3. All right, I'm on Genesis 3.
We've heard apostles say that sometimes we talk too much. We give off too much information.
Mm-hmm.
Ishai gave too much information. All she had to do was answer the question. If she had just answered the question, he might have had to come another way. But she gave too much information. We could read it real quick, and then y'all go search it out. It says, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, hath God Elohim said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And that yea there means but. It means but. But has Elohim said, you should not eat of every tree of the garden? Which means they were already talking about something.
Well, hold on now. Because if you're going to put that there in verse 1, they need to know that yea actually meant but. So we're going to pull up the word yea in verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field Yahweh had made. And he said unto the woman, yea. Let's pull up the word yea so they'll know that you ain't tripping, because we have done something. The word yea is the word off. All right. It is a primitive participle meaning accession, used as an adverb or conjunction. Also, or yea, adversely, adversity. Yeah, I'm gonna say it later. So, whatever. Although, furthermore, yet, it also means but. It means even. You can also add how much, less or more, rather than, moreover, with, or yea. So when read this in proper context, now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field Yahweh had made, and he said unto the woman, but hath not Elohim said? So go ahead, Minister Wanda, finish that out, because I know you want to touch that real good. Go ahead.
But has Elohim said you should not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but here she go. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest you die. Right? So, quickly, the reason why I said she gave off too much information. Now, in Apostle, you can go there real quick, Genesis 2. Genesis 2. Yahweh did actually say what Satan was, what the serpent was asking her. Verse 16, 2 and 16. We could start at 15. We could start at 15. And Yahweh Elohim took the man and he put him in the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. 16. And Yahweh Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou may freely eat. Semicolon. There's a colon. I'm sorry, there's a colon. But of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. Okay? So he did tell them that they could freely, told Adam, they could freely eat of it, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, thou shalt not eat of it. So when we go back to 3.
Chapter 3.
Chapter 3. In verse 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman, but has Elohim said that you shall not eat of every tree of the garden? She should have said, yeah, that's what he said. But he told us we can't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. But she went on to say, yeah, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, you shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, lest you die. All she had to do, she gave too much information. He talked too much. All she had to say was, yeah, he said that. But the tree in the midst of the garden, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, we can't eat that.
Right.
We give up too much information.
Mm-hmm. We do way too much.
Way too much.
Do way too much. So it's true. The thing that I love about it though is when you read that storyline now in verse 2 or verse 1, when it says the serpent starts, yay, that implies that they've been having a conversation long before this part gets recorded.
Right.
Because if yay means but, they're back and forth about something
in the garden
already.
Right.
And therefore, yeah, but did not God say? Well, what? So everybody thinks that the serpent just walked up to Ishai and was like, did not God say you can't eat of this tree? This is a process of subtlety.
Come on.
Happening. The seduction is happening. This is not just, oh, the devil walked up, and it ain't the devil. The devil walked up and said, eat the fruit, eat the cake, anime. Eat the fruit, eat the cake, anime. Right? You know, this ain't that. This is a conversation that's going on.
Because he threw this at her. But didn't Elohim say?
But I mean, wait a minute. But didn't he say? Oh yeah, he said we should eat them. What he had said that it was, you know. So that's a conversation that's going on here.
They've been having a conversation. They've been talking.
Yeah. And
we got privy to the important part. That was the part that Yahweh felt was important. But it's right there the whole time.
Yeah.
And I missed it. I was like, they was talking the whole time. It's not just all of a sudden. You know, I know it starts talking about the serpent, but it didn't just all of a sudden start talking to her about these trees and what they could eat. They was having a conversation the entire time, and we missed it. So those are the couple of things that Yahweh showed me when I asked him, show me something I hadn't seen before. So those are the few things that Yahweh showed me that I hadn't seen before. One, the different parts of this serpent and how we've been made to think that it's just evil, it's bad. No. Yahweh showed us in the Torah that the serpent is good. The poor serpent was just an entity that was used by evil. And then in the New Testament, the Messiah talks to us about the serpent and how important it is for us to be wise as a serpent. Because even here, you can see that he had been watching and paying attention and looking and listening, because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to ask her that question. So that's good.
Old boy was ear hustling.
He was ear hustling, sitting on a tree.
Watching with his good eye. And seeing what was and wasn't done. There you go. He watching. And that's why we have to be, watch this, as wise as a serpent. Everything in your life you need to be paying attention to, just watching it. Like a serpent would watch it. Craftily. And intentionally for discernment. Not for any cunningness to be slick and divisive and a thief. You're just watching to make sure you're in proper stead and space with Elohim. Minister Wanda, thank you for your share. I hope that many of you have understood that. We're going to grab a few other people sometime just to come on and say, hey, well, what have you been learning in your time of Shabbat? How are you coming along? Put some stuff up there. It ain't like we ain't got content to talk about for days, but there are others who you need to hear from as well that indicate, hey, I'm learning in Sabbath stuff I'd never learned. How long you been in church?
Since I was knee-high to a grasshopper.
And everybody seems to say the same thing. I done learned more in these so many ever days, years, or whatever that I didn't know all my life. And the phrase we love to say here is I'm this day old.
This day old.
This day old learning it. So I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. Thank you, Minister Wanda, for sharing what Yahweh shared with you. It's always a joy and a pleasure to be with you. We'll chat with you again soon. Yahweh be praised for your life. Appreciate you so much. So everybody, we're going to go ahead and prepare ourselves to get out of here and move forward with all the things that are necessary to get done for you to get your day started and get your day going, or your new day going, because Sabbath is about to end for some of us. West Coast, they'll still be doing what they're doing. But I hope you guys learned and gleaned something. I'm going to go and lay down and grab me something to eat and chew on. And remember, give Yahweh what he wants. He will give you everything you need. Just obey. May Yahweh bless you and keep you. May Yahweh make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May Yahweh lift his countenance upon you and grant you all 13 attributes of his shalom. This we pray in the matchless, mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach. We say and we pray. Amen. Shalom Aleichem. See you tomorrow.
Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change. He stays the same. Won't find a better reason. No. So come tap in. Just listen. And bring a friend. Let's spread this vision. Let's talk kingdom. He's the one you can lean on. He don't change, he stays the same. Won't find a better reason, no. So come tap in, just listen. And bring a friend, let's spread this vision.
Thank you.